Good morning to Everett City Council Retreat for January 27, 2024. Clerk, will you take the roll?
Councilmember Fossey. Here. Councilmember Bader.
Here.
Councilmember Ryan. Here. Councilmember Tui.
Here.
Vice President Zarlingo.
Here.
Councilmember Vogely. Here. President Schwab.
And here. And I'd like to welcome all those who might be watching online and all the council members and guests today. I'd like to, at this point, turn it over to our facilitator, Kathy Solberg.
Thank you. Thank you,
Now you say thank you.
Thank you, Council President Schwab. So my name is Kathy Solberg, and thank you for having me here today. Can you hear me? Is everything good on that end? Okay. As a citizen of Everett, it's really an honor to get to do this and be a part of the retreat. And I want to thank each of you for the time that you gave me prior to being here today so I could get a better understanding of what your priorities are, how you're seeing things, and what's important to you around the city of Everett. I'm going to be navigating two computers, so please be patient with me for a little bit as I work through that. So our agenda today is just general introductions, our retreat purposes and goals, talking about what's working, what have your accomplishments been over the last year, looking at the momentum that is present as a group, and then looking at what you agreed on as far as issues, where consensus lies, where there are places where you'd like to build consensus, talking about your priorities, communication in different facets of council engagement, and then lunch, and then talking about the tax revenue options and just seeing what can move forward from there. So I'm going to spend a few minutes introducing myself, talking about how I facilitate and work with groups, and then pass it over to you to do the same. I, again, am Kathy Solberg. I have a company called Common Unity. My work is about bringing people together for the greater good by convening, facilitating, and consulting. I'm known a lot as the former executive director for Leadership Snohomish County. I did that for 9 years. And then I was in academics for 16 years before that. My personal title is a community weaver. I bring people together, and then I also do physical weaving that helps people to see how we fit into something larger and how we're stronger as a team. I'm certified in human systems design work. I work with adaptive and regenerative leadership, and I am a City of Everett resident, and thank you for your service deeply, because I see everything you guys do, and it's pretty phenomenal and quite the commitment. So I go through and I have guidelines for gathering. Really, I go through these. You're lucky you only get 7. My normal is like 13. It seems like basics, but for me, it helps establish just simple ways of communication. It helps eliminate surprises. And I have crafted these from Parker Palmer, wrote The Heart of Democracy and a lot of other books. This is a lot of his work. So my first thought is give and receive welcome. And that is really just based on when you feel welcome, you're more likely to learn, engage, speak out. I learned by talking to each of you that your root intention is to make our city a better place to be. And with that in common, everyone here is an equal participant. And I look forward to hearing and each of you just giving and receiving welcome to each other as well. Extending invitation and not demand is something that I've come up with over time around how people participate differently. Some listen, some speak, some there's just a lot of learning styles and introverts and extroverts. So I just invite everyone to know that you are invited to always share what you're thinking, but there's no expectation. When you're speaking your truth in a way that respects others, it's really just about I statements. We'll have some times where we're going around sharing our thoughts and what we're thinking, and that will just be uninterrupted time where there's no feedback, or it's just going around and really hearing what everybody thinks. No fixing, saving, advising, or correcting each other. I think that's in there for me because that's like the hardest thing for me to do. I think we're conditioned to think that if we offer a solution that we're being helpful. And it really just comes into just moving your thoughts to being curious and wondering, which leads me to my next one. When the going gets rough, turn to wonder. If you feel judgmental or you notice something that comes up in you, wonder why it's coming up. Be your own teacher. Why are you thinking that? Why do they believe what they believe? Why are they thinking? We all run from our own narratives. And so that's 6. 6 is know it's possible. What we're doing here will affect work that you can do moving forward. You have the opportunity to plant seeds, and I really just kind of think that know that it's possible. And then I just really kind of try to keep in the idea of everybody getting a chance to share, that when you everyone speaks once, then other people don't necessarily speak, but there's an opportunity, and then you can come back, and then if you've shared, you can share again, but to kind of keep some order there. So thank you for indulging me with that. And who you are. I think, yes. Okay.
Number 2, we did notice that. Ignore the printed version.
Yeah. I did get, I said you were three women and 4 men, but we know that's not true. And so your leaders, your conveners, you all believe in the power of community and want to make a difference. And when you zoom out, that's why you're here. And so I would now like to open up and ask for each of you to share. And I will keep, when we have like time sharings in order to stay on agenda, they're usually 2, 3, or 4 minutes. I don't have an annoying little gong or a bell or anything, but I will say 3 minutes, and that will be your sign that your 3 minutes or 2 minutes or 4 minutes are over. So would anyone like to start, and then we can just move around as to why do you serve as a city council member for the city of Everett?
Well, I like starting. Hello, I guess I can just tell you all that I am Liz Vogeley. And I'm here as a city council person because I want to help make progressive change at the local level so that all individuals can be seen, heard, and taken care of. Our world often makes quick and punitive decisions that exacerbate the social problems rather than, I was writing it down this morning, and so that's all that I have. I think that when we all work in truth, we can negotiate together, and communication is better with honesty, and I hope that we can do that all and actually create some change instead of
Thank you.
I'll go. And by the way, the buzzer thing, that's the worst thing about being council president, is when someone's passionate about what they want to say, and you gotta, hit the buzzer. Anyway. Hello, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. Why do I serve? Well, as a person that has worked or lived in the city for the last 35 years, as a firefighter over 30, it's really about the people that we're serving. I've seen our residents in a time of trouble and crisis. I've seen them bound together and support each other. I've seen our residents celebrate, and this passion that they have really motivates me. I love to go to neighborhood groups. I love it when someone calls and needs assistance or help. I just love serving the individuals. I would say that, it's the same thing. I know all of us can speak about, known you for a little bit, just the potential that the city has. I mean, if you're gonna be a city council member, this is the place. I mean, I know we have our challenges, but boy, this place, our home, has unique potential, and I'm seeing it happen before my eyes, so I'm just really excited and optimistic about our future.
I'll go next. So I'm Judy Toohey, and I've been serving for 9 years. I first became involved in wanting to be a city council member to add diversity, more women on the council, and the nonprofit segment, which was at the time wasn't really represented. So wanted to do that, and as I've gone through these last 9 years, I'm really seeing that we have an opportunity right now to really make a difference to the future of Everett and put it in place so that your kids, and hopefully if I have grandkids, the future generations, everything will be in place for them to deal with the challenges of the day, and that the city can be, provide the services that we really want to do for them and make it a great place to live, and the quality of life is super. And so that's really what I feel now. Thanks.
I'll go next. Hi, I'm Paula Ryan, District 2. I ran for office because it was important to me to see an Everett that's safe and vibrant, in a great place, in an affordable place for all families to grow and thrive. I feel like my background across a number of different jurisdictions, along with extensive constituent work that I've done, puts me in a unique position and a unique skill set to be an effective council member and a responsive council member. I also really enjoy serving at the city level, like Council President Schwab mentioned, of just that being able to help individuals on an individual basis and changing one person's life, I think is really great. I know that, the federal government gets to do sweeping changes and billions of dollars of investments, but if I can improve the sidewalk outside of somebody's home, that I think that's pretty amazing. So, yeah, just happy to be here. Thanks.
I'll jump in here, Scott Bader, and I think some of it, or a lot of it's, want to see Everett succeed, whether it's better parks, libraries, better traffic, keep attracting businesses. Some of it's a little bit competitive. Most of my family's from Tacoma, and obviously I see the Puget Sound and other cities around, so I want to make sure Everett is competing with all those other cities well and compares well to all our peers. So a little bit of competitiveness there, but I've been in Everett since I was 3 when my folks moved here for Boeing, and I've seen so many people get involved in levels with their neighborhoods, city committees, onto city council, and just seemed like I did the same thing starting way back when with the Mayor's Youth Advisory Committee, and just seemed like the next logical progression to step up and be on city council, or try to be on city council next. So that's kind of my story about why I serve.
Right off the bat, I just want to say how nice it is. I had that, refreshing realization again of how diverse and experienced our council is. So that's just making me happy at the moment. Mary Fossey, I am Everett City Council member for District 1, and I ended up here with some strong encouragement from my community, and I think it was they saw my background in working as a neighborhood chair. And I've had this lifelong, involvement in volunteering and, serving my community in that way. And I believe that when community works together, there's just an amazing amount of things that we can achieve. And somehow I just ended up having a knack for building coalitions and making change and bringing positive impacts to my community. And so I ended up here realizing, there's a certain amount of things that you can do at the community level, but as you move up in those steps, there's more things that you can impact and more influence. And I think a lot of my neighbors' voices were missing from those places of power, and it was not as a result of any ill intent. It was just the way that the system had worked. And so as districts came around and we got to have a few other voices in there, I think a lot of my lived experience, from, coming from poverty and going through homelessness and then having that, trajectory on up to, becoming a small business owner and owning a home. And I think I want that kind of opportunity for all of my neighbors, and not everything exactly is stacked equitably. And I think we can change that. I think we can make government more accessible. And so that continues to drive me, because that kind of problem solving and making the world a better place for my neighbor, really feeds my soul. So I'm thankful to be here, and I'm thankful all of you are as well.
Ben Zarlingo, District 5. Thankful also, and on the subject of thanks, I guess I'd like to thank our facilitator, Kathy, our executive administrator, Angela, for arranging this. There's a lot that went into getting this all together. Of course, our council president, Schwab, and his role as well. I think my involvement started in 1981 in the local neighborhood. I pretty much served all roles in our neighborhood group. And so my background is partly neighborhood and partly, I guess, as contrast to a lot of the council, technical and private sector kinds of things. That's been my background. And like the rest of the people here, I think I got involved, saw what I thought the city needed or could use to help us realize the potential. And then I guess another thing I would say that I see in terms of the council and my role here is not just the major initiatives, but the day-to-day, every decision kinds of things that come up week after week after week, because that's how the city, how policy gets run, working with administration. There are just a ton of those decisions where it's a matter of learning all we can, trying to represent our constituents, to listen to them, but also to learn things outside of their awareness and make good votes, understand the trade-offs, understand the costs and benefits, and work effectively to make this place the kind of place it can be. Certainly, it's a great place to live, but as Councilmember Schwab said, it's had its challenges, and that's part of what we'll be working on here today.
Thanks. So we're going to move from why you're here to talk a little bit about one of the questions I asked each of you was what you wanted to see as a desired outcome for today. And this list covers 15 of those items. We surely won't do all those today, but I think it's important to know that everyone is heard, and that the considerations that each of you brought forward are named. And then today we will do what we can, and priorities have been designated, but this was what I heard as some of the things that people would enjoy to see as outcomes, if not here, then in some process within the council. And it was really talking about equitable distribution of work, shared priorities, knowing what matters to other council members. We touched on that a little bit. In a while we'll go through what your top 3 priorities are, but we just talked about your why. We're going to acknowledge the accomplishments that have happened in the last times. People wanted to see collaborative work around agendas, neighborhood group meeting representation, talking about agreement on the revenue options. We're going to do that after lunch today. Committing a dedicated staff member for council for use of the council budget. Know the trade-offs of all the things that you consider and talk about, so you can best move forward knowing what matters when you look at the consideration and the trade-off. Succession planning that's transparent and understood by all. Optimizing the committees so the committees can move and get initiatives to come forward. understanding how to treat one another and build trust, feel good about who you are as a committee for the council, and assure that citizens feel heard, honing your acknowledgement and all your communication processes. How can you work together most collaboratively and cohesively? And then finally, just making access with everything that you're doing with the committees and the neighborhood groups and all the ways that there are for each of you to be responsible and show up. It's hard for you to keep your own things as well as being informed of what everybody else is doing. So how can we look at some communication options to streamline that so you have less that you have to follow up on? So those were held up as desired outcomes. And with the yes and idea in mind, my goal for our shared time today is to just gain momentum, aligning what you agree on, defining what those shared priorities are, what is the mayor putting forward, what do you have consensus on, how does that come together, looking at the revenue and budget clarity, as I mentioned with the communication, find some small communication wins that have impact to help you be more effective and efficient and know what's happening. And then just creating shared understanding about what each of you hold as priorities. So to continue on the idea with the questions that I asked each of you, one of the questions that I put forward was, what is working? And what I heard back, 4 things stuck out on what was working. And the first one is that as a team, you excel at exploring complex issues. And when you look at the second piece where it's like the willingness to explore varied perspectives, it was noticed among each of you that the other council members don't necessarily sit in their own thoughts, but they're willing to look at things from different ways, to have consideration of what moves forward, taking a historical lens to see where we've been and what might we not want to do. Going back to equity as a lens, public concerns and budget as a lens. I heard from some of you that you were just impressed that other council members were looking at things in that varied way rather than just having a narrow perspective. The staff liaison role with Jennifer was something I heard that was appreciated. Having a consistent presence, and being that point of contact was valued by you. And then the committee structure. Last year we reworked the committees, and the committee structure is working. People are learning a lot. It's bringing organization to your approach. While some people had ideas of what you could do to work with that, it's a year in right now, and I think once what I heard is that you have a rhythm, and let's continue to hone that rhythm and move forward rather than making changes to a process now that seems to be working. And some committees are really moving things forward, and that seems like a good thing. So that's what I heard is woohoos and things to celebrate that are going on with the council. When I asked for a list of council accomplishments for 2023, one thing that, 4 things that came back here were that in the last year you transitioned from at-large to districts and have figured out how to navigate that terrain. The council procedures last year were updated. I watched a world where so many people still don't know how to show up to work with hybrid and non-hybrid and just there was no guidebook on post-COVID, how you re-enter, and you addressed a lot of that in your council procedures and accommodated and continued to move forward. You restructured your council committee meetings, and then you went paperless. And except for today, you have a lot of paper in front of you. And, sorry I broke that rule. And so that is what was listed with the accomplishments. Is there anything that you feel didn't get held up as an accomplishment that you think should be captured? Councilmember Fosse?
These microphones are so far away. Can you hear me? And, I'm not sure if this is a last year thing, but I think it got solidified as shown as a successful change in the way that we have been very responsive to community members that come to our meetings. And with the agenda the way it is, having council comments and all of the administration comments and things like that happen after the community does their public comment. I think we've been very good at responding and giving our appreciation for people participating in the process, and then also being responsive to the community needs. And I've heard from the community, positive things on that. So I just want to say kudos to everyone that's, I think that change, it's so little, it's so small, but it makes like such a difference to our neighbors.
Well said. I would totally agree with you. And also, the mayor's staff too, they've been responsive. We've even kind of stopped the meeting process to give some acknowledgement. So yeah, I totally agree. Well said. Thank you.
On a personal note, I want to hold that up. I have a 29-year-old son that spoke at a meeting, and he was acknowledged by 3 council members. And when you're 29, it's scary to come here. It's scary to talk. And then to have a council member like make a comment to you. He came home and he like cried. He was just like, they saw me and they listened and they cared what I said. And he has an interest. Sorry, I'm an emotional girl. But he is at a place where he has an interest in pursuing, at his age, a council position at some time, or joining a commission or a committee. And I think that's how you're welcomed when you come here, when it seems daunting and scary. I have heard exactly that, so thank you, and sorry. Jennifer, were you gonna say something?
Well, we didn't add issues that came forward when Angie and I kind of both were tasked to brainstorm things, and she came up with good things. But I just wanted to remind you all that was more recent, but your action on the riverfront and the pickleball, that's, I think, a big accomplishment, moving that forward. Stadium studies moving forward. And then the other ones that I could remember, because I was more involved with them before this job, but you did some good work in the planning and housing area around the ADU reform and MFTE code and things, a bunch of package around that. So there were some policy things that you did too that I thought were good to highlight.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that's where we're going with the list, but yeah, we did a lot. You guys did a lot of heavy lifting this last 2 years for 5 of you. So yeah, I mean, we implemented some things with the some bike plans. We dealt with a lot of controversial issues that our residents brought up. Some homeless issues, some public safety issues. We still, with the mayor's, of course, direction, still managed to keep the budget afloat. Of course, that's going to be a big part. But yeah, so you want to talk about policy. The group of 5, 2 years ago, you guys have done great. It's been busy, so I appreciate all of you. Thanks.
I'll add that I don't think we can take 100% credit for any of that because there's a lot of staff time that went into that, a lot of commission time and boards and commissions and folks in advisory positions. So the near final product is what came to us for approval. There were mountains of hours that went into those documents coming to us. So even though we voted on the final product, the product itself had many hands touching it and zhushing it and making sure it was something that would work well for the city. So kudos to everybody putting their hard work in.
And I just want to remind us of our ARPA dollars that we all got to do. We're working on. Working on, Ben. I can spend money, so let me help you. But I think we really touched a lot of our community members through that, and I look forward to allocating more funds through the council. So I think that was a great thing last year.
I'll second the comment about staff work and that sort of thing. One of the examples was the Madison Street resurfacing and rework, and the Fleet Reserve Association and a bunch of older people there who have concerns about parking and limited mobility. And Public Works and Streets dug into that. I visited those people, the Fleet Reserve folks, and understood their concerns better. Public Works dug into that and found a solution that achieved all the needs and preserved pretty much all that parking, and even created one new space to replace another. So I think as Councilmember Ryan said, a lot of stuff comes to us after a lot of staff work. The pickleball thing was another good example where it's a matter of understanding the situation, understanding the trade-offs, recognizing a change in the economy and the business in our city, and then making what I think was a reasonable choice, not one everyone will agree with. And that's really one of the things Councilmember Bader had warned me about in this job before I ran. You're not going to make everybody happy. You should be responsible for making the best decisions, understanding all the trade-offs.
I think I'm an ARPA orphan, but aside from that, I do want to say I think I feel closest to all of you when we all get criticized together. So ironically, when we're all getting blamed together, I just want to know I feel close to all of you. So.
Thank you, and it's so easy with everything on your plates and always the what's next on the horizon to forget to notice everything that has been accomplished. And so I appreciate the additions that were made to that list, and just and the acknowledgement of how many it takes to make it happen. And I have to work to keep sight of what's why you talked about, and manifesting that, and just noticing it every now and then of what you are doing, because it's easy just to next, because you've always got that next. So moving on to when I asked the question, do you feel a shared momentum to achieve the city's mission or plan for the future? There were a few of you that, well, I'm not sure what the mission is. I'm not sure, we don't have a comprehensive plan. I'm not sure where that lies. So before I share the answers that I heard from each of you around the shared momentum, I want to just hold up a few things that existed that aren't necessarily a mission, but they indicate part of your work and why you're here and what you're doing according to code. And this piece in the City Council Rules and Procedures addresses, but not while a mission and vision statement are different, this does just state that your role is to engage the public in civil and democratic process. And as the policy setting oversight body for the city, the design of the city's democracy as outlined in the charter is for the legislative branch to set the policy and the administrative branch to carry it out. And I share these not just to simply inform and be a bit of a touchstone for mission and vision, and different cities have different ways to define what that looks like. So also in Mayor Franklin's 2023 State of the City, her comments, her comments here really are, have that sentiment that many people find in a mission statement. Our city is and will remain a great place to live, recreate, raise a family, start a business. Our residents will have affordable quality housing options in neighborhoods that connect them to jobs, parks, vibrant retail spaces, environment, and each other. Our city will be innovative, resilient, sustainable, and will be known across the region and country as a small city with big opportunities. So that was put forward as a frame for your work, and I heard some of that reflected in your whys. And then you also have your duties and responsibilities that end up being defined in your charter and which were on the website. So I wanted to, as I look at the answers to, do you feel a shared momentum to achieve the city's mission and plan and future? I just wanted to hold these examples, sorry. That's all I can do to manage one computer well. The city, do you feel a shared momentum to achieve the city's goals? It was easy to get stuck on I'm not sure what the mission is. I'm not sure what the vision is. But the answers I heard compared to last year, because I also had the privilege of facilitating your retreat last year. This year, no one said no. And last year, there was a lot of, no, I don't feel shared momentum. And this year, I heard that there were some conditions sometimes on whether that momentum existed. But it feels sometimes like you're going from meeting to meeting. Your time is taken with sometimes individual agendas, and it doesn't feel like you're working together. But just the fact that last year there was a lot of no, and this year there wasn't, seemed positive. The momentum is definitely issue dependent. If there are some issues that there's a agreed, very often I hear the agreed on the what, but the how is something that is not agreed on how you're going to accomplish things. Right now, you're also moving past elections. With the election season, different people had different investments, and now you're here as a body, and this is the council. So I feel like there was a sentiment that you're moving forward now because you're past the elections. And then just unclear, I just brought up the mission piece. There was a piece where some people were unclear around that. But on the whole, when I looked back at last year's answers and this year's answers, it felt as if there is a shared desire to be able to work together collaboratively and figure things out. So the areas of perceived consensus, this year, as I asked each of you if you feel that you have 3 other individuals that align, oh, it doesn't match my, when I asked each of you if you have 3 other individuals that agree with you around an issue, the hash marks or little lines after an issue indicate that 4 people for Parks, Libraries, Arts had 4 people, believed they had 3 people that agreed with them around issues around parks. 4 people believed that there were people that aligned with them on budgets. There was only 1 person that felt like they had 3 people that agreed with them about transportation and traffic, but they still had 3 people that agreed with them. So that could be an issue that could gain momentum because there was somebody that feels that they could carry that forward and have the support to do so. So these were all issues that rose to the top. And once again, it came to when you're looking at the mental health, addiction, and homelessness, there's a lot of difference on the how. And so that's what I heard for areas of consensus. I had asked that, and then there's the areas to grow consensus. And what came up there were things that individuals held up as something they wanted to move forward with, but they weren't sure that they had 3 other people that agreed with them. And so I asked everyone, where would you like to be able to grow your collaboration and consensus? And what I heard was working on a comprehensive plan. The levy lift, yes.
By comprehensive plan, are you speaking to our actual comprehensive plan, or are you talking about not using that, like, there could be a different variation of that term for a plan that's comprehensive for council? Because we have a comprehensive plan that is actually a thing.
I heard the actual, it sounded like the actual thing might need to be held up or updated. I'm not
So
sure.
you are specifically talking about our comp plan?
That is what I heard, and,
Okay,
and I.
just making sure that you're not just using good
Comprehensive plan for mission plan or strategic plan?
planning, like.
Planning.
Like our zoning.
Or zoning.
No, I don't believe,
Okay, so, well, yeah, because I would have the same question.
because I honestly don't know, because I
Okay.
just heard comprehensive plan.
So the word came from you guys as you were talking with Kathy. So Kathy, my guess is that you thought about the fact that you need to update the comprehensive plan in 2024. That's working through, and that sets a vision for the city. But
Thank you.
you may have thought of something different.
Because I was going to say, the comprehensive plan, we are well ahead of most organizations.
I'm wondering if somebody said something about like a plan that was comprehensive for council, and maybe that's what it meant, and then somebody else said comp plan, and it sounded the same.
Well, one of the disadvantages of being so ahead of our planning comprehensive plan is that it's actually already in motion, and we've dealt with it a while ago. So if there is something that we want to bring back, or do we want to have like an update, like information, because we kind of like did it early? And
I think it's going to come back to us.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
where we have to make a decision on the best route for us to grow. So I think there are some big decisions to come.
And the comp plan, I know that right now the Transportation Advisory Committee is working diligently on their aspect, so it's not done, but we have been working on it a long time. Like the ADU stuff and all of that has to do in the comp plan. Yeah, so we as a city are working faster and more diligently than others have been able to.
That's why I was
So, yeah,
wondering
yeah.
if it was, because I don't think it's an area to grow consensus necessarily. And I'm not disagreeing with anybody, I'm just
No,
wondering
no,
if
no.
somebody's talking about a plan that's comprehensive for council.
Okay, so let's call everybody out. Did anybody here talk about a plan that was comprehensive to council? I don't remember.
Or for
doing
council to have a
I-
plan that's comprehensive.
I would like to, Councilmember Zarlingo, I remember you talking about a comprehensive plan, and in your notes and what we talked about, I believe I may have misunderstood what you were holding up as a priority around that. Can you offer any clarity?
she threw you under the bus.
Yes,
I
that's
did.
right. No, that was several
was
weeks
really
ago, and I'll
polite.
confess, I don't remember the specifics. I didn't bring those notes with me.
That's fine, thank
Yeah,
you.
can't say.
I like to step in here, and if we're going to talk about some sort of plan for I'll just put my chips out here on the table. One of the things I'd really like to accomplish is some of the things that we talk about later today is the process of this group and how we're going to decide to do it. I don't think we necessarily have to make like some of the annexation or some of these issues, but if we could agree on a process and a timeline and some of the things, that would be amazing. So thank you.
If I may add to that, when we had the last budget discussion at council, and then it shifted to what should we do next, that was the first that I had heard that council needed to do a resolution or some sort of like official action to move forward with a decision. So I think a clearer picture of, when council does make a decision, do we just high five in the middle and that's good? Or is a resolution the pathway to make it official? Or what is that next step, depending on, issue dependent, to provide direction and to provide clarity on like, this is our choice, let's move forward with it. So I think filling in that blank for me would be really helpful for the process to make sure that we're doing things by the book.
Okay, so,
Did we
please.
jump ahead of you?
No,
Okay, all right,
no.
just making sure we're good.
No, and where I am working to take this in is what I'd like to be clear on. You are hoping for the group to be able to have a process on when issues come to you, how do you process them, and what does that timeline look like?
Exactly.
Yes, please.
And that relates to our community involvement as well, because that's one of the questions we answer at neighborhood meetings, which is what's going on, how are you making these decisions, when are you making them, how's it going to affect us? And we will need to be, I think, more effective this year, given the revenue considerations we've got going, in how we arrive at this, and then also how we communicate that to our community members, because some of these things go to the voters.
Thank you. Okay, and then the other areas that came up that I heard about from different individuals were annexation, crime prevention through environmental design, pedestrian and bike safety, and then just finding money to address social problems. In the, prior to, you should have been asked ahead of time, like, what are your top 3 priorities? And I would like to go around and hear from each council member what your top 3 priorities are for this next year. And you have up to 4 minutes.
No,
Well, I'll
don't tell
start.
us that.
Well, for me, the budget issues is a top priority. I think we've been kicking it around for the whole time I've been on council, so it would like to see a plan laid out on that. Public safety is a top priority for me, as well as addressing the social problems and homelessness and affordability on housing. I know that's 4, but it's hard to
It is.
stop when you start doing the social problems, so
Yeah.
prevention. Those are mine.
Thank you.
I guess I'll chime in on that. I think one of the useful insights is that the housing and homelessness are related. We need to do more and better on housing availability. And there's just tons of elements in that, but our difficulties with that are driving some of the homelessness. And the rest of the, is budget and public safety. I think those are pretty clear for me, too.
Thank you.
Oops, I'll jump in. If Judy got 4, I'm gonna get 4. Budget, certainly, because that affects everything. Public safety, annexation, though I know that's a long process as well. And then transportation and traffic, because I think that affects everybody, even me as a bus rider or pedestrian. Thanks.
Public safety, and so I guess I would really like to have more of a understanding of what public safety means to all of us, because I think we all can say public safety, and we all mean it, absolutely. I want public safety, but there are so many different variables in that term, and we all throw it around as if we all know exactly what we're talking about. when I think public safety, you know, that goes back to my initial, why am I here? You know, I want the people that are homeowners and renters to feel safe in their homes and where they rent. I want people to be able to get those things. I want people to be able to call the police and have them come and be safe, which often happens in Everett, but it often doesn't everywhere, you know? So having a alternative response that does not have police officers, because I just don't think the police officers are the only way to have public safety. And firefighters and, you know, first responders are not the only way to have public safety. And the people that are living on the street that are having issues also need public safety. And jail is not the place for that. It is not a rehabilitative space. So a priority of mine always is for folks that don't typically get thought of as people deserving of public safety, get that. And of course, the budget. And the budget has an enormous amount to do with public safety and where we put our dollars. And you did say 4 minutes, so now I'm going for it. Budget is huge, and utilizing the monies that we do have, or the monies that we're going to be asking city members, voters for, to, you know, I mean, the mayor had a Representative Lauren Davis come and speak with the mayors and business leaders for public safety. It was amazing. And, you know, so like the state has dumped in lots of money for treatment, but not necessarily preventative and not necessarily community afterwards. So there are many buckets that could make jail costs less and public safety more. I've done 3 minutes, or I have 3 more, because that was not just 1 minute of speaking. Thank you. So, yeah, so to bring it all back, budget, public safety, including transportation safety, period.
I'd like to follow you because mine builds a little bit on that. First, I'm going to be a little bit more vague, and I just think we need to be addressing constituent priorities. And so that's inclusive of things like the cost of living and housing and jobs and public safety, all of the things that our constituents are specifically particularly worried about. I don't hear a ton of them talking about our budget, and I know that's a priority. So, but so that would be number one. It would be like, yes, we need to address those issues. But when what I care about is making sure that we have like an independent legislative body, like it's functioning, we know our processes, and when it comes to addressing those constituent concerns, for instance, public safety, that we're looking at those comprehensive approaches, because there are different things, like you'll have the prosecutors bring the more punitive approach, but there are going to have other solutions as well that we should be looking at the whole picture and bringing processes forward and a plan so that we are adequately addressing things, or we're able to identify other things that need to also happen in addition to just the measures that are being brought forward. And so a lot of those will be out of our hands, but we need to address and identify that as well. But right now, it seems like it is that kind of piecemeal, and there's not really a cohesive plan on like, yes, public safety is one of our priorities, and we are looking at tackling from these different areas. These are the updates from this particular area, this bucket, and then because I don't think you can solve problems with just one thing, and I don't feel like we have a plan. It feels like most of the stuff just comes to us externally, and we're not setting those priorities, we're not setting that legislation, it's not council-initiated legislation, we're just dealing with what's being brought to us. So having a process and a pathway and a plan, like that's really important to me for council. The third one would be like community engagement and bringing the public more engaged and transparent, and if they want to come to our website, that is accessible. I've heard a lot of complaints about like, I don't know how to figure out this zoning planning thing or this notice that I got in the mail. I try to go in, it makes me type in all these numbers, and it's not something that is accessible to your everyday neighbor. And if we have a problem even accessing that information when, people are going to our website to look for that, that's not a good thing. So I want to make sure that we have our priorities laid out for everybody. We're transparent about the process, and we have a better lines of communication with our community.
Thank you.
I'll go, thank you. Well, I would say budget really is, and in the way that we fund everything else that we talked about is the highest priority. From my opinion, this problem has been going on for a while. And this is now the group that has to take the next step. And it's probably one of the more difficult steps that a council has to do in 10, maybe 12 years. And that process really needs to be intentional. And I know there are some competitive ideas on how this should be done. But when it does, we need to be real intentional and transparent. And we need to do some aggressive outreach. And not be we're always concerned what people think of us, but we just need to put it out there and say, this is it. And we need to be, our outreach needs to go to other communities perhaps that we've reached in a while. When it comes to public safety, I can tell you how I define it. Obviously, it's especially with my background, obviously a high priority. The continuous funding for fire protection and EMS and emergency management is always a challenge, and it's a challenge for all our communities. So having a steady funding source so that we can do capital improvement planning, so we can create a core of security with that group, because they're dealing with the public and all our problems. So creating a sense of security with that group. A court system that has both an enforcement part of it, but also a diversion part of it. We all know that our community we bring members of our community through our court system where there are other avenues that they can be dealt with. So that diversion service that is effective is part of my vision of a good public safety program. Taking advantage of our natural location here of the city and the history. This city has a wonderful history of both labor, of community, and it's very rich. And I'm very thankful for the location and the natural resources that we have around us. Taking advantage of that and building I don't think we've reached our peak as far as the quality of service in the city. So once again, I'm pretty optimistic. So that's a priority. Of course, that integrates a lot of things. And then housing, addressing our housing and making it attractional for businesses. We cannot, wow, before it go fast.
One whole minute.
Okay. We cannot do public funding our housing out of our condition. We are going to need partnership with private businesses, and we need to have that middle housing. I would like our firefighters, our teachers, our librarians, our city workers to be able to afford to live and work in the city. And as a member of the fire department and having so many years having our members live in the city has such a positive impact on their community. It's so important. So, is that it? Okay.
I'll go next. I agree, revenue is, without additional revenue, none of these things will happen. So I think that's a high top priority. To add on to what other folks have shared about it, and this is just my background, messaging, outreach, engagement is gonna be absolutely critical. I follow a lot of the chatter online about revenue and just what people think and see about the city. And there was an article about the revenue options, and everything on Facebook was like, well, why don't they just try and cut things? So the messaging's not getting out that cuts are deep and severe and unsustainable. So I'm not sure if there's an opportunity for a paid consultant to work on messaging, but this is so important to get past and to get the information out to the community of how we're still able to do so many things for the city on such a tight, small budget, and that if folks want more, then this is how that's gonna have to come about. So, yes to revenue, but my lens is through outreach and engagement, intentional outreach and engagement, broad, vast, deep, loud, and out into communities that might not necessarily be engaged, like book clubs and just the whole 9 yards. So it will never get passed unless that is intentional and a very focused and concerted effort by everybody at this table and beyond. Next on my list is housing affordability and tenant protections. I think Councilmember Vogely had mentioned at our last meeting the new stats from Chris Collier on how much money it takes for a household to be able to live affordably in the city, and that's just astounding. And we wonder why there's so many homeless people, and it's probably because they can't afford to live here. So making sure that folks stay housed, because it costs less for a jurisdiction to keep people housed than it does to help rehome people. So focuses on that. Focuses, anyways. Also public safety, but, and I know many folks at the table have touched on it, and we all see it in a different way. My focus is on, shared with Councilmember Bader about traffic and roads and pedestrian safety. The state legislature is working on some bills to address the highest number of traffic fatalities that we've had since the early 90s, and that's absolutely sad. SEPTED improvements, better lighting on our streets, trimming up our trees, just making fewer shadows in the city for bad behavior to happen, and focuses on alternate responses as well. Because I agree, we don't always need a police response to respond to a person in crisis. And personally, I'll also have 4, putting policies in place that finally revitalize downtown. I think one of the best public safety measures we can do for downtown is a bright, vibrant downtown that's active and activated with people who are down there having a good time. So filling in those vacancies, getting the storefronts up and moving, and some other processes like that. And for like a 4B or maybe a 5, just the wage theft ordinance that I introduced a couple weeks ago, just seeing that through. Thanks.
I just want to add one thing, if I can, to Paula, what she said about the messaging. You know, a lot of our constituents, because of our ARPA funding, and we've been spending all this money and this and that, see that as, don't understand that that is a one-time funding. And so they're just saying, well, you guys are buying bathrooms for downtown, you're doing this, you're doing that. And so that's a huge part of the messaging too, because all the COVID dollars are dried up. And it's going to affect a lot of nonprofits, it's going to affect a lot of municipalities, as well as other businesses. So that's going to be a reality in the next year or two. So we'll have to make sure that they're aware of that piece too.
May I also? And all of those wonderful buildings downtown that are having businesses needing to close because of faulty innards is part of a vibrant downtown and lack of it.
Okay, I'm going to suggest we take a break, and right now, why don't we come back at 15? Yes, 10:15, sorry. I have a lot of-
Okay.
10:15,
10:15.
yeah, I have a lot of international meetings.
We are good.
Okay, so we are reconvening. And welcome Dan Templeman to the table. Good to see you. And so I do want to note that for right now, what I heard as we were talking and lining up our priorities and stating the top three, what I heard that a desired outcome was a process. And for how do you take something, move it forward? What does that look like, and how can you communicate that? Right now, I have that in a parking lot space because I didn't put that into the agenda. I don't know if the space will clear up to make that happen, but I have it noted with ideas and what I'm hearing from you, but as it's not part of our agenda so far today. So I'm putting ideas that deserve attention in a parking lot situation, and then we'll figure out how to move forward with that. Does that sound good?
Yeah, no, that's good. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We did have, and thank you for your top 3 or 4 or 5 priorities that you shared. And I hope that also helped each of you understand where your peers are at as far as what they're valuing and wanting to hold forward with how you can move forward with things. There was one more slide that would have followed that before we went into the priorities, and this was just the things that were being carried over that I had heard, and those are also like bigger parking lot issues or things that may want to be addressed, and I will always be open to thoughts and feedback around that.
If I may interject really quick, did anybody get a chance to write down everybody's top 3? I was, great. I would love to have that for reference for opportunities for collaboration. If you would.
Part of my process is to do a report of what I heard, recommendations, and my notes along with the video and any other notes. So I will have those to you, so you will be able to reference them. Thank you. Okay, so next, with the priorities that we have heard from each of you and the priorities that the mayor has given, I just want to talk about what my process is going to look like for looking at what you hold up, what the administration is holding up, and what's next with that. I do have the 2023 priorities of the mayor here, just because it's always nice to look a little back to see where we're at now. Last year, in the scope of what you accomplished and what we talked about earlier, these are were the 2023 priorities for the mayor. When asked what the priorities are for 2024, these are the mayor's named priorities for 2024: addressing gun violence, addressing the drug crisis, revenue sustainability and solutions, economic development, and park safety. So,
Question.
Yeah.
please, sorry.
Yeah, so I'm glad to see these. Where was this gathered from? This is your slides are the first that I'm hearing of established priorities from the mayor, unless I missed it.
We just responded to Kathy's question about what were the priorities for the mayor this year, and I think sort of from communications as we're working on state of the city and that messaging, so it's a sneak peek
Okay.
of what will be officially released.
Okay, thanks.
And is that good there? Okay. And Jennifer, can you please remind me when the state of the city is?
I think it's Thursday, March 21st. Is that 20?
Well, you're right.
Mike's.
Thursday, March 21st,
Thursday, March 21st, you're absolutely right as well.
That's what it is this year, March 21st. Thank you.
Yep. March, yep, that's what it is.
And so last year we did align those priorities, and then it helped me to look at what you were holding up with what the administration was holding up. So that drove my question to know what the mayor's priorities were. And then as I look to see where there is any intersection or commonality on what can have the energy to move forward, I welcome any updates, and we'll just move forward with this if it is logical. And so when I look at the issues that you were holding up, the issues that the mayor is holding up, and areas where you're seeking consensus, I came up with these three, and then I will take the notes of what you have indicated as your top priorities, and then feed back to you what I have heard from you and what I would think would make sense to move forward with, aside from the tax implication issues that we're going to talk about later today. Do you see, and I can ask this hearing, I had made a note to ask you if I was missing anything as a priority, but I think when I go through what you just stated your top three priorities are, that answers that question for me.
Question.
Yes.
Usually when I see three bubbles and they're intersecting, there are words inside the intersection. And so does what all of you just said mean that later there will be words within?
It does. It means, yes.
Okay.
Thank you. And so that is, I wanted to create the example of seeing what they were. And then my job will be to pull out and create where do those intersections lie, and then how do I think you could move forward with different things.
I do see one missing element here.
Thank you.
That I think the mayor would align on, as far as, yes, it's a good thing, but the outreach and communication with the community and engagement of the community and transparency and that accessibility of government and all that kind of thing. And while that doesn't seem like it's its own thing, I think it is when we're kind of not necessarily being successful with that related to a variety of these issues. So I think that is something that should be on that list.
Thank you for bringing that up. It's almost like that's the platform that all this sits on, like the driving mechanism to achieve these. It needs to be a part of anything that we move forward with.
Communication is key, is what I just heard two people say.
Foundational. So is there, oh, thank you. Is there anything that you feel, oh, there's the break slide. Is there anything you feel that I should consider around this? The foundation and communication piece was important. Is there, I also hear that the process piece is important and isn't in place. Is there anything else that you want me to hold up around decision-making around this?
Sorry, I just lost all train of thought, so just, you're doing great.
Thanks. And,
I do have an observation, but I wanted to pin that in case anybody wanted to answer your question, but I do have an observation.
I would love to hear your observation, please.
Fantastic, thanks.
Councilmember Ryan.
So hearing our discussion earlier about council priorities, I feel like many of the things that we have mentioned are reflective of the mayor's priorities last year. So I'm concerned that, like, if we could time travel, there would be good alignment, but I'm worried that we're a little bit out of step with the new priorities that are heavily focused on public safety for this year. So just for alignment purposes and cohesion and collaboration, I have a little concern. I'm seeing a concern there that it might not align as well as we're hoping it will.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on that too.
Please.
There's a lot, right? There is a lot of priorities, so I'm not necessarily sure when we make a list of priorities, I mean, I agree with what you're saying, they have changed. I'm assuming that she's not here to speak, but we have staff here, that some of these items here that we were aligned with last year are obviously not gonna go away. They're still gonna be an important part. So maybe, I know, and thank you, by the way, for, going forward with what you haven't really landed completely on, I'm assuming, by your comment earlier, but if you could make a few comments about how last year's and this year's integration would be.
Well, I would say like, well, maybe to Councilmember Ryan's comments, like the words that were in the priorities last year, it's not like we didn't solve homelessness or housing affordability, so that is still important. To me, like, I know that part of the messaging for State of the City, the vision is kind of to be a little more, to have a positive tone that is like about positive growth and like sort of future looking. So though there are 3 bullets that relate to public safety, there's 2 that don't as much. And revenue, you guys all have that in common. And then to me, the economic development piece, I think that will be, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you guys know what that means, but that can also be more about, that can be broadly about quality of life too. And then, so it is really important to the mayor and to me that you do feel like you have like a positive path forward to achieve the things that are priorities for you all. And so if there are things on the list that that you are worried like don't have a great path forward, then it would be good to tease that out, whether you do it today or you do this, sit around this table again and not too far from now. Yeah, I mean, maybe, yeah, I don't know. I guess those are my thoughts.
Sure, I'm looking more at a few slides before where it lists the mayor's priorities from 2023, and this
Yeah.
list mirrors the discussion that we had. So my concern is that we're focused on solving last year's problems. But the mayor's one step ahead with some new priorities, and we're out of step in our fun little 3-legged race that we're doing.
Yeah.
It almost feels like some of these on the 2024 list, though, are like a level of, what do you want, specificity down from the 2023 list feels much more broad in some respects. So maybe there's some connection there that can be drawn.
Well, like transportation and those types of things are missing from you have major infrastructure projects on the first one, I guess that's somewhat related, and then you have housing for all, but I don't see anything regarding housing on the new ones. And I want to give credit to where this may not have been the same process of extracting all of her priorities. So it may be more comprehensive than this list because it might have just been in the process of working on that speech. This is what she plans on talking about. So just give a little space there that I know that housing is still a priority for the mayor, even though that it's not listed on here. I don't have any doubts of that. So just a little flexibility with I guess how linear we are thinking on it.
I think I'll just speak for myself, but this is what I hear from the councils. we truly would like to be aligned with the mayor. We would like to be on the same page with a lot of items. Not necessarily know if that's always the case, but I think you have a council, I'll just speak for me. You have a council member that would like to work on the same, not be, obviously there's gonna be some disagreements or some friction, but really like this group and the mayor, I'm just gonna be public. We'd like to have a good working relationship and our priorities be as aligned as possible.
So there's maybe one interesting point to think about, and it kind of echoes back to what Councilmember Vogely said early on. So and Councilmember Fossey, thank you for putting that very well. That's totally like different processes over how these two lists came together at different times. But so 2023 says public safety, and then 24 we have more specifics, like you said. And so, maybe that's something to think about too. So, I had the outcomes from this retreat last year on the wall. It was the closest thing to my computer, so I look at it every day, basically. And, the mayor priorities and the topics that you came up with that you kind of assigned to committees, I tried to really focus on those through the year, but it doesn't mean the same thing. To say public safety is important is one of the most generic, as a former politician and elected official, like the most generic thing you can say. Of course, everybody wants to be safe, and that's a big part of your budget, but how you do that, and then therefore are you aligned with that? And I see that push and pull and tension, and that's okay, because some of that is just a form of government, and then you're different people and you look at it in different ways, and that's really powerful too. But yeah, I mean, an important thing to dive into, I guess. So anyways, I'll be quiet.
No, that's awesome.
I don't think that these lists are an issue or a problem. I think it's nice that addressing gun violence is a priority of the mayor. I don't think that's in conflict with us because we have a priority of public safety, but maybe not one of us in particular is like, that is the particular issue I'm bringing forward policy on. But I really appreciate you providing the comment that you think, you and the mayor, that we feel that we have a good path forward on these things, because I believe that without having access to confidential staff or staff to work on policies or some of the processes, the foundational processes in place for council-initiated legislation, I don't think we have a pathway forward that's functional and not divisive. So I just want to put that out there on, I don't see a problem with the priorities. I think that they match up and are complementary to each other, but the pathway forward for us is a little bit different when we don't actually have staff to work on these things or consult with.
Other thoughts?
Yeah, I can see it a few different ways, and when I'm looking at 23 and 24 for the mayor, I do see, I'm just kind of, I think, reiterating what other people have already said, that while the words are different, they go into the same kind of pot, which, public safety and gun violence and drug crisis and housing for all could be economic development, so, and I'm definitely gonna work on public safety and my parks and quality of life. So, but again, I think definitely it's process, and you've heard that time and time again today and over the past year. Being able to come together and actually get some work done that is all encompassing or more collaborative rather than one-sided. The end.
And I believe what I see here is, my intention is to pull out the priorities of each of you. How do you have the support so you are spending your time to move things forward? And then intersecting those with how do they work with where the mayor's focus is? Because if you have support and it doesn't align with the mayor's priorities, and I hear that there's an understanding of the 2023 being a little more umbrella. Unfortunately, a lot of these have not yet been solved and did not go away. And so that the 2024 really just zoom in a little bit, and it doesn't negate any of your priorities and how they align with the mayor. So I hope that made sense. And yes.
I think from the standpoint of our community members, I mean, the priorities make sense. I think from the standpoint of our community members, they would look at this and say, yeah, those are the problems we're working on, or those are the problems we face all the time. It hasn't changed that much.
Yeah.
And if we're going to make a difference, if we can come to a consensus on where in particular we want to push, what we want to put more emphasis on, and then be working with administration and communicating better, more outreach, that may make some difference. But my sense is the public perception, they're worried obviously about public safety. But their perception is, generally speaking, we just keep pushing on this. It's not like we're winning in any big ways. And we may not be, we're making headway in some areas, but I think there certainly could be more effective communication. That's one of the things that I have a lot of respect for the work the administration is doing and the priorities. If we connect a little better, a little more consistently, and that may encourage us to do better, more effective outreach. And certainly with respect to revenue options, that's what we're going to have to do.
Thank you, Scott.
You know, I'm also wondering too, in terms of, especially as we talk about these at the most broad level, to what extent these are always issues. I mean, I'm thinking back to the 1970s when I first became aware of, what's going on in civic life, right? And I would say even back then, housing affordability, parks, libraries, and arts, probably budget, certainly transportation and traffic were issues. So to what extent are we peeling out? I mean, are there things that are always going to be concerns that we're always working on in city life versus what is specific to this time and place? So just throwing it.
And I think that it would be to me, it looks like a good opportunity for our committees to present specific things to work on and present those back to the whole council and say, this is what we feel in housing and health issues that we feel we can hopefully get done this year, more specific like the mayor's list, and same with the public safety committee. And we can push those back, present those as the committee's top priorities that then the whole council can rally against.
Yeah, I'd like to kind of tag on to a few things that have been said already today. One is, have these issues really changed? I think individual experiences of our residents and how they perceive things have changed. Because also in different locations of the city, it's all a little different. I want to go back to this outreach. This is such an important component. I'm sure all of you have done a lot of outreach yourself. I think we would be more successful, at least in the perception of our residents, if we spent more resources on informing in different ways our residents what we've been doing, what we're trying to do, our successes, and one of the big ones, of course, later is our budget. I mean, I'll bring it up later, but we should have a focus on all the things that we've cut. That should be like one of our number one priorities before we start going into, okay, whatever initiative or choice we choose, we need to spend a lot of time and effort on letting our public know what we've been doing. So I think when it comes to our priorities, that's one of our biggest challenges. Because the mayor, staff, everybody here, I know we're all addressing these in different ways. So the question is, those who we serve, do they perceive that? And do they see the differences of the results? Do they know? And just putting out information is just one way. So that's just, from my perspective, we need to do more.
Yes. And to Councilmember Tui's speaking about committees, I love that. And I know it all goes back to process. So I've been here for a few years. And I have worked and tried to present my information in many varied ways. And it's been taken how it's been taken. And I'm wondering if part of the committee structure, if we're putting forward our own, as a committee, ideas to move forward within the city, like, I would like to be able to present information, and not just be given a presentation to take in. Because I personally, I know you do too, but I know myself, I do a lot of research, especially on varying, very specific things, and you all know this. And so being able to share that in such a manner that isn't divisive, I don't think the information I have is necessarily divisive, but if I'm not allowed to be taken seriously in giving that information, then it becomes divisive. Didn't know this was gonna happen. Because I do appreciate I appreciate presentations. Totes, man. I like information, and I want to be able to share mine as well, and have it be reasonable and understood that it's valid.
This is a nice segue into the next section.
It is. You're welcome.
And I'll take full responsibility for this one, because I lobbied about the communication process, specifically to committee reports and what's going on in our committees and our calendar. And so I'd like, as I guess this year's president, I'd like to get some more of your thoughts. I'd just like to share a couple of my ideas. And I don't know how technology savvy everybody is, but a shared folder for each committee. It could be a Teams or a SharePoint. We have a written report from each committee meeting. It could be a presentation in it, or it could be a few bullet points, some more details, something that we could refer to. Of course, we can always watch it, right? And that's one thing we could do if you wanted to do a presentation. Maybe you do the presentation in the committee, and then any of us could watch it. So just having just a spot where, because I know all of us get a lot of emails, it's the way of the world. If there's a spot, at least electronically, that we can go where each committee has their resources put in it. Even in that same folder, a link to the video that we can watch it. So that, just some of my thoughts, so I just wanted to share that. Thanks.
One potential, what often happens is a committee chair or co-chair will report in the council comments at the meeting, but perhaps having that on the agenda as a specific item of a report from today's committee meeting or maybe last week's committee, whatever it is, because it's sometimes we do get so many emails and something that sort of brings it up. I mean, and make it limited, a minute or two, something like that, but that might highlight those things, so even if we aren't actually looking at, say, what the Built Environment Committee is doing, we actually hear what they've been doing, the top, quick summary of the agenda.
I love the idea of having committee reports be an actual agenda item, so that we have something that we present. And it's like, this last Wednesday, we met and we discussed these items, and then having also that progress update of like, these are the goals that we're working on. Or if these are any, updated status reports or things like that, or this is something you can expect to come before council in the fall. I think that would be awesome, and also hold us accountable for actually having tangible goals and things that we're striving for in each of our committees. Not all the committees obviously will have that, and not all of them will have it right away, but I think that would be easier for the community to also hear what those goals are and that we're working on things, and then for us to keep in the know.
I think that communication is important. I appreciate the fact that it appears that for the committee meetings, that we all get copies of the PowerPoints or whatever got presented to those committees, or Angie makes those available to us. And Ben's thought about 2-minute present. That's great. I just want to make sure that they don't creep into 15-minute presentations, not just because of time, but also because I was on the council in the era when there were no committees, because we all got this, we all set in. And now, well, that was some more labor intensive. If I just don't want to vitiate the committees by having all the reports and then all of us back and forth in the council as a whole, because at that point, then why have the committee? Just bring the topic to the council as a whole, and we'll spend the half an hour dealing with it altogether. So I just want to make sure we don't creep into that as we get better information process to it as well.
Thanks. Yeah, I have lots of ideas and suggestions about committee improvements, but I think to tie Councilmember Vogel's initial comments about the purpose and use of our time as council members, I think as my I statement, would like to see the committees being more of a workshop type experience instead of a report of here's what's coming before you next week at council, so that council members have an opportunity to provide input and insight far earlier in the process, so that we can use our experience, our constituents' perspectives, our talents, and everything that we bring to the table to inform that policy, instead of just approving the policy or getting a more in-depth briefing on it before it comes in a final stage to us. So I'd like to see more workshopping of 6 months from now, we're going to be bringing this forward. Here's our general framework. What are your suggestions? Where are some potential pitfalls that you see? Just that whole policy shaping discussion ahead of time. As a policy setting body, I think that we should be more involved with the policy development itself. I think the committee structure is working awesome. Just want to say that. I think it's providing much needed organization to us to have discussions and have it be public, so that the public can see the sausage making process. I think hopefully I'm not jumping ahead, but I think for process improvement, I would like to see a committee recess during the month of August. I know staff's working really hard on those final stages of the budget, and with vacations and summers and whatnot, and I feel like this last year there was kind of a lull in topics anyways during the month of August, so just taking August off from committees might be a good idea for everybody's sanity. And then Councilmember Tui had a great suggestion as well, not to take your thunder, but to then maybe for the month of October, or a certain 4-week section, to pause committees and instead have it just be 4 weeks straight of budget committee of a whole, so that we can have that whole extra hour for 4 weeks in a row to pester Susie with our questions and really go through the budget with a fine-tooth comb and get questions answered. And then after the budget's approved to resume committees again.
So question about that, so would that be during the council meeting or before, like our other committees?
I see it as before, yeah, that five
Yeah,
o'clock
It's
slot.
a good idea.
Yeah, my thought on that was, we had very late meetings, and the budget was reviewed at the last of the agenda, and it really should be first and foremost. And if we can move that up, maybe it's 1 or 2 sessions, October, November, whatever works best for Susie and her team. But put them in that slot and do the council as a whole.
So just as an overview, I'm hearing 6 different things that could come together to increase efficiencies and while not changing the structure of committee, just help communication. One thing I heard is that the shared drive and is a valuable thing for sharing of files and having a place to go to know what's happening in the committee. I heard that it would be helpful to have report outs at council that would be moderated and kept to a very brief time so as not to consume a large part of the agenda, but yet just to serve the function of informing. I heard that the workshop idea of the committees being a place to actually workshop would be something to consider, as well as that workshop piece being creating a timeline and part of the process. I feel like the workshop idea and the part of the process goes over to our parking lot idea of what does the process look like? How can the committees be used to bring maybe initiatives forward or serve as that place where you actually go deep and do the research? So those 2 ideas I associated with the process piece. And then I also heard for communication piece that the committee would recess in August, and that there would also be a time where budget became the focus. And was that from September, October?
That was October, late September, October.
Well, that we don't have to decide it today.
For
I don't know, I was
notes.
thinking sort of like second half October so that it's right in when you're doing those budget meetings, so like 4 weeks.
Bless you.
October 13th or 20th, whatever that, one of those Wednesdays, and then into like the first week of November, or maybe the second week of November.
Yeah.
If you put a revenue item on the ballot in November, that'll be a consideration to think about. I think that'll be a more intensive budget process, because if it's something that's really gonna impact the 25 budget, maybe you have like 2 budgets that you're talking about, or a package of cuts, or, that'll just be a lot that, anyways. But it's noted, and it'll happen. If you want it to.
Thank you. I just would like to add just a little bit about, and it's Councilmember Vogely, and I'll put Zarlingo in the same kind of the boat there, as far as you guys are really big, well, all of you are big researchers and have articles. I know all of us have like different perspectives. We all get reined in with information, and our constituents are all different. Like if you had a presentation or you did some research, a folder for that committee and you put it in there that would be very, very nice. Then I don't have to scan through all my 20 emails. And a report could say, I did some research, maybe just a quick summary of what we talked about in the committee. Please refer to the folder as it's more details in there. Just to remind us, oh yeah, we got that folder, to go back into that. I just think we could use that. I'm just getting inundated with so many emails, and I eventually get through it. Also, a little bit too, I wanted to bring up, if there is something that a council member says, I need move up on the priority list, or if there's a committee idea that needs something that you want addressed earlier. I know we all have communication systems, a text would be good, just to say, check your email. Obviously, we don't want to do, from my point of view, we really don't want to do council business by texting, but certainly just a text notification that, hey, we did something in the committee, check the folder. look on the agenda item, something just to give alert that something should be moved up on the priority. So that's just some thoughts I want to share. I started to babble here.
I like that earlier, for your desired outcomes for today, blah, blah, blah. I went ring, and it's just like that. That was amazing. That sounds like, a shared folder, yes, a group text, but not text, group, well, I guess it's the same thing as what you're saying, and I'm wondering legally if we have a space where there are folders and we get to share, it's a SharePoint, if you will, because that's the name of some software. If we're not, it seems tricky. I want a place to put information, and I want it to be publicly available, because if I'm doing this research, then you know that, if it's just like links to this, and this is the information here, but not necessarily an opinion, just check it out. Can that be available to the public so that it's not, or if it's not available to the public, how is it okay?
Can I have a suggestion? I think Teams might be a better platform for this, and if it's just for the committee, then, there'd only be 3 council members that are on it, and we could also use the chat function on Teams to comment or at people, which would send a notification that there's something new in the folder. You can add files to it. As much as I despise Teams, I think it might actually be the best platform for exactly what you're talking about.
City Attorney Hall?
And I believe the
Well,
IT's got
I'll throw in here first before, I would suggest that as far as public information, really this is just more of just information. If there's something important that needs to be brought up, the committee should bring it up in the public meeting. Not anyone, obviously it's all discoverable, but really if there is something really important that needs, like you want to do a presentation, there's information that needs to be brought up, important to the public, then that's what the committee process is about. Is that, hey, I did all this research, I want to do a presentation, you do the presentation to the committee. So in essence, it's more of just kind of a sandbox of information before putting your ideas together. So that's how I would envision. And then if it's important enough, it needs to come, no matter whether it's a committee or on the podium. As far as if you have thoughts about being transparent with those who represent.
Can I get clarity on what you think that, because if it's like a presentation that you're giving to the committee, it's already been public, so it's not something that's like a serial meeting or being hidden. I mean, and it's still accessible to PRAs, so I don't know what,
Dialogue?
so you're looking for feedback back
No, I
and
mean,
forth?
Right here, can we have back and forth? I just want to be sure that everything's on the up and up. And so, because I just get a little, I don't get worried because I'm pretty sure I'm always on the up and up, but it's just, I just want to make sure we do it right.
So,
And so
okay.
I'm not necessarily looking for dialogue. And so that is just like sending an email like, hey, here's this link I found, don't respond. Fantastic, that's discoverable and we're not making any decisions. So I guess if there's, I just feel like it could get gray and, but so long as I have those very specific pinpoints, then I will keep it black and white.
You can certainly post articles or information that is available at other council meetings to the public. What we have to be careful of, obviously, is that leads then to a discussion that does constitute a legal serial meeting. And that discussion can even be a discussion by implication. You post something, somebody else says, well, that's interesting, but here's an article with a different viewpoint, and pretty soon you've got 4 council members communicating with an exchange of information, even if nobody is actually putting their own words into that conversation. And you can inadvertently create a serial meeting, even on something that's otherwise been discussed in public. it has to continue to be discussed in public and not, without public participation, without public knowledge. So that's just, it is a gray area. I always get nervous when we talk about the gray areas, but it's something that we do have to be very, very careful of.
Well, David, if we go this route, can you get us you or Ramsey, get us some ground rules in writing or whatever, just so we don't
Yep,
really do this?
absolutely.
Okay, thanks.
There was also discussion when I spoke with you, some of you, about the idea of a calendar. Does a calendar exist that lists all of the committee meetings and who is presenting at them? And I think it was about the who is presenting at them, so if there was a chance to, something that specifically interested somebody, that they could prioritize maybe a committee meeting that they normally wouldn't go to, simply to educate themselves about an issue.
Well, so right now, like, in Outlook, Angie manages that, so the folks that are on the committee have the invite to the meeting. But it's really just like, remember, it's the third Wednesday at 5 PM. It's not more than that.
Yeah.
And then in the agenda center on city website, that's where you'll see the agenda posted. And if there are things that we calendar for future dates, I put those dates in the pending section. A lot of times, for most of the committees, I would say the pending section doesn't have dates, it just has the pending items. But sometimes if there's been something that requires a staff briefing on at a committee, I work with staff to get that on get a specific date, so that's where that date would show up. Yeah, anyways, that's how it's working now, so you can all go to the agenda center and look at last month's date and see what they did then and what's coming up. I don't know. But open to other tools, methods, et cetera.
And if we add committee reports on the agenda every week, then the committee chair or the committee, whoever's on the committee, would report upcoming agenda items so that, people that are sitting there go, oh yeah, I want to know about that.
Perfect.
So not talking about also what has happened, but is the future agendas.
Yeah, yeah.
I know Jennifer's really great about sending committee members the final agenda for that next week's meeting, so maybe just sending it to full council instead would be.
Oh, yeah, I could
Good
do
stuff.
that. I would say I also am changing the practice this year. So 2 weeks out, I am emailing the committee to ask you what you want to talk about. The effort to make it more workshop and whatever. Rather than me saying, here's what we came up with, is it cool with you? Great, moving on. So that's something I'm doing differently, and I'll just change it, so 1 week out, I can send it to everybody, basically. That'd be great.
Yeah, great, whenever the final is, just DL council, great.
Looking at the ideas that came up around committee communication that are on the slide, is there anything that we didn't talk about that needs to be highlighted, or something that could be discussed, or solutions that we haven't already touched on?
So, have very many of you perused the actual committee landing pages on the website? Don't look at me that way, Jennifer.
Could you be more specific? Like I go to the.
Health and Human Services Committee, for instance, if you've looked at that on the City Council the Everett website, when you go and click on a bunch of buttons, eventually you can end up to the Health and Human Services Committee, going from your city to boards and commissions, A through L, to the Health and Services Committee, and you end up there, but it still doesn't talk about, I don't know, it's generic every single time. It doesn't change all year long. And it's doesn't talk about necessarily, like, you could click on the committee agenda center and then it sends you to the agenda calendar center where it actually has like all of the Everett City Council like links of things like that. And then you can click another button once you scroll down to find the other thing, but it doesn't actually have like pertinent information of being able to quickly see this is what they're working on for this year. These are the speakers that they have coming up. This is some speakers that they've had or anything like that. And it's just, yes, all the data is there, but it is a very like intensive process to deep dive into it, to really like analyze all these different things and then search through a bunch of information to find it. And I don't know about you, but I find that very cumbersome.
You know, that would be the opportunity for the committees when if they can sit down and come up with their priorities for things to accomplish, is to then, for the year, is to then add it to that. You know.
Yeah, because I feel like when people are wanting to find out about like what speakers you have coming up or what topics you have coming up, like that landing page straight up is where they would want that information, not then clicking on additional things to go through the agenda center, which houses all of the council meetings that we possibly have, and then finding out where you can get a report for, like, it's just, yeah, it's a lot.
I've given, never mind, I can't even find it right now on the Everett City Council webpage. But I've given demonstrations at various committee meetings, not committee, commissions, when I'm a liaison, of how to find what you're looking for in the data and records division.
Well, I mean, as it often is, Google has excellent search. If you just do a site-specific search on everettwa.gov and just do, for example, I just did the Built Environment Committee meeting, it does take you where I would hope it would take you. It's a summary of the groups, it has the members, it tells when they meet, it has the attendees, and then it's got additional resources, and those are the agenda center, the meetings, the archived agendas and meeting minutes, and watch the archived meetings. So maybe there's something we could do. I mean, a lot of work has been put into this. This is what I would expect to see there. But if it's not so easily searchable on the city's own search site, I've just gotten to the point where I often do a site-specific search in Google because it's more efficient.
Have you tried searching city council priorities?
No.
And
Well, you're second on the list that comes up with that city council priorities. And then it lists Everett District 3, some page about that, and then Don Schwab, and it's not what your average person is going to be looking for when they're coming to the website this is when they are actually searching for information. Most of the time, the community is not being proactive and coming to us, and that is like, if they're gonna do that and they're making an effort to be interested, that is like ground zero, make it easy and accessible for them. And I've seen other city councils in other cities, how they have some of their lineup and their landing pages be very, very easy in presenting like basic information, like first and foremost. And I don't think that our website does that and makes it very accessible for those of us that are nerds that could do the deep dive and search for other things. But we got to think of like how not everybody knows the name of that committee. Mm-hmm. And so they're not probably going to be searching like that specific name of that committee unless they're a super nerd. And most of us out there are not. So we're trying to make this accessible for like average neighbor. Like I can't even remember the name of that committee. So if I'm searching for it, I would, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I was addressing the functionality of that page. And if you get there, if you're interested in what that committee is doing, that's a pretty good summary. But yeah, how you get there is a separate issue.
And did we just have our person that was gonna be website person not here anymore? Did they move away? The, what's his name? He used to be at the library board and then Nick,
No,
yeah.
Nick's around. Yeah. I would say that the communications department has lots of, for a variety of reasons, the next several months will be, they'll like stretched quite thin and lots of absences, leaves, things like that. But yeah, I love this idea of you guys all updating those committee website pages.
Give us the access.
He does have all of that access, yeah, but yeah, the content and all that too is important, but.
I would like at some point, because I've often heard, like, since every time I've seemed to have given like suggestions about the website or making it accessible or, you know, what
what I know people would like to see, to have some sort of a time set aside where it's not going to be we don't have enough time, like staff capacity, where we actually sit down, like we've gone to our neighborhoods and said, hey, what have you looked for on the website that you've had challenges with? Or what would you like to see when you go there as a neighborhood perspective? And actually set down a workshop where we would be able to work with and translate, this is what our community is saying, because I have my community really, really frustrated about, like, when they get those notices about zoning changes or other things, or land or development coming in, and they don't know how to access it, and it's a very complicated, detailed thing, or they're trying to figure out what we're up to, and then it's like a really hard, difficult thing for them to find it. And I think that I can get community input on, like, these are what my neighbors are saying every time I go to a neighborhood meeting, and start collecting that data, and then having something in the summer or fall where we can sit down with our tech person, be like, these are the ways that we think that this would be more accessible for the community. And because this ongoing, like, recommendations of, like, hey, it would be great if we could do this, it's like, oh, well, we don't have enough staff or time or capacity, but at some point, like, just set aside some time for us to.
Yeah, and I should also note that communications is undergoing a multi-month update and improvement of the thousands of web pages on the website. So that project is underway. And yeah, so I know that's happening, and I'll note down the idea of kind of digging in a little bit, maybe with some specific examples. And I actually think that the online, like, searching for land use applications, I think they just recently have updated sort of how that comes through in the email notices and what it looks like on the website.
Okay.
So I know they're aware of how it's like kind of comes through pretty wonky in the policy wonk kind of sense of the word. So, yeah.
Yeah, I think one of the successes of the website is that you, as an individual, can sign up for notifications. So I guess my question, it's been a long time since I did it myself, can an individual sign up for notifications for council committee meetings? I know I get them. Could you check on that? Because
Sure, I'll
I
check
think
on
that
it.
notification works well. Of course, the part is you have, someone has to navigate through that and sign themselves up. I think the biggest challenge is for an individual who just wants to go to the website and search for information, or find us, or find a committee. That part is, so the person that's really involved and goes to that area, like, hey, I can get land use in my neighborhood notifications. I can get, that notification says, I wanted to say that works well. I would like to make sure you check that we have our council committees in there, that would be, but it's getting to that point, and just the average person that wants to navigate and find information.
You could get notices about all of the city council meetings, and committees are in the agenda center as another council meeting.
Right.
So you'll see
Okay.
the, like, when Angie makes a change, you get the little email of, like, or at least I do, that says, oh, the January 31st, 2024 agenda has changed. And you get the same thing about when the committee agendas are posted too. But I don't know that they're probably, we'd want to know how important it would be if you want it to be, like, specific to the committee. So the way that you can get a notice about the Civil Service Commission or the Diversity Advisory Board agenda, do you want to separate out the committees, or it's just like all council work is one checkbox, I guess? Seems sufficient, but.
Well, that part seems to work well, so I want to, so there are some good things that going on their website. But the average person just wanting to, that doesn't have necessarily the tech support or a laptop in their home, or someone that goes to the library or tries to work on a phone, a mobile app. Most of our residents do have access to their phones. I think that probably needs to be addressed.
I'm curious if there's a way to determine or research out there for what is the average person looking for. Like, if we know which page has the most hits, or like the top 10% of hits, and then to make those more accessible or easier to find or navigate, or bigger buttons or flashing things or whatnot. But I mean, I have assumptions of what people want to see, but that might be totally inaccurate.
I'm assuming we have analytical data that we look at that for those type of things.
Yeah, and I just have this, there's this little thing that started to bubble in me that felt like council policy, mayor operations. So I'm just throwing that out as we talk about kind of those nitty-gritty details of how the website functions and the staffing level and how when you click on something where it goes. But you guys have a really good sense of the community, so your perspectives on that's really important. But, you know, I'm just saying, like, I got this little twinge of like, are we digging too deep now? I don't know. But-
Well, as council, I mean, we need to have ways to communicate with the community. And we don't have the ability to send out Christmas cards and postcards or send out like a bunch of mailers on things, or we're not having a bunch of staff that like is able to send out newsletters and all of these other things. Really, the only way that we get to like translate information is go to like a neighborhood meeting, have that couple minutes on up there when it's council comments. And so having at least like a small portion of the website that we are able to relay information of what we're doing and what we're working on as our own independent elected officials, we don't have the same amount of resources that the mayor is allowed to dedicate. So I don't think that that is a super huge ask.
You are 100% empowered to craft your part of the website and how those communications happen.
I hear animosity and, not animosity, no, I hear that twinge. I do, I feel it. And I think that might be the first time I've heard that we have full power to create our website. So.
Angie just had to go get lunch, but she's updated your pages and she's sat down with communications and just the time to know what is desired and her time to make that happen, or yours. I mean,
And she, she had us update our own personal page with our little background and all that. So there's no reason that the committees can't get together and craft what they would like to have on there.
Does
Sounds
she
good.
actually get to put it in?
yes.
She is the one.
She has full edit capabilities.
I'm glad
Yeah.
that
So-
someone knows that.
So I hear that in align with other processes, that there is not a clear way to update the website, keep your information relevant, and that it is a simple thing to do with Angie being able to make those edits. So perhaps if there are specific things you want to update, and I've got some of the notes, then council can be informed as a follow-up as to what you do.
Perhaps we should focus on what we can edit it right now and communicate with Angie. And let's maximize our way the system's set up currently. And then look at the next step on perhaps if there are more tools within the system that we need to evaluate, be my thought. So let's try to maximize our ability, what we have.
Okay. And I'm gonna take a risk. With what I have heard about what is necessary as we go into the budget process, I've heard communication's important there, how we talk to the neighborhood, what we need to be able to communicate what the cuts are and all of that. As we are looking at what we can do with the website here, I think it might be good to keep an eye on the horizon for what is needed in order to be able to communicate what you're talking about. As the foundation, you said outreach, community and government are going to be imperative for looking at what we're going to talk about this afternoon with the tax implications and budget, and just helping people understand what is being done. Perhaps a consideration with what can we do here and how can we maximize what we have can also tie into that lens, aside from just the committee and neighborhood group lens. Does that make sense?
Probably, but I just lost it again.
It's the way I talk. So when you're thinking about how to use the website, Sometimes people say, like, when I'm working things through, my words get bigger, and then I get harder to understand. So how I would translate what I just said is that as you are thinking about how to communicate with the public about budget, this is also a communication issue. How does the website support that for you, or what communication tools can you maximize that you already have? Not only for your committee groups and neighborhood groups, but for how you're going to need to work with the public on that, because it's all communication as I hear it. Was that easier?
Yes, maybe, I don't know. Sounds great.
Thanks.
And then also, I remember when I first started, I was sending out weekly and then monthly newsletters on my own. And now it's like, maybe the last one I sent out was a year and a half ago. And that's embarrassing, because I would like to give out information, but other people have mentioned that, well, why don't you just get somebody to do that for you? It's like, well, that would be nice. Also, we can't, or maybe we can, and also they don't talk like me, and I like to send out my voice. Blah, 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 blah. And I want to do that some more.
Council newsletter?
Yeah, for, my own on corporate name. Please.
So, council newsletter, monthly, sending it out, this is what we've been up to, this is what we're looking at going forward, and then have like guest, like column spots, like note from council member Vogely. This is how I feel, blah, blah. And it's specifically from one person, but a newsletter that actually goes out to folks, not mailed, because that's money, but a newsletter that is sent out, giving an update to people about everything that's going on. And then, I don't know, Angie or whoever writes it, and then, they send it out to us like a week prior than it needs to go out. If we don't give edits or feedback by the time it needs to go out, it goes out. No? Doesn't?
Oh, sorry, thank you.
Yeah.
As somebody who writes a lot of newsletters, it's very time intensive if folks aren't actively contributing to that. So I would suggest quarterly to alleviate staff's time on that. I think, quarterly would be good, considering the pace of government. Quarterly is probably enough time for updates to build up and whatnot. But I think that's a great outreach mechanism. It's just a question of how to come up with that email list.
If it's going to be a council newsletter for the 7 of us, I'm wondering, would it just be better to be a, for lack of a better term, city elected officials newsletter that includes the mayor as well? Because obviously it's going to be a broad perspective, kind of a what's happening type thing. Informative type thing. So I would just hate to first do something like this that would set us up ever with a mayor's newsletter and a council newsletter.
Yes, the mayor already does a newsletter, city, well, actually, I think it's billed as a city newsletter. So it exists already. Yeah, via email, and I think probably via the sign up on the, primarily probably via sign up on the website. Yeah.
Can we just add on to that?
We could, but I think it would be nice to have something that's talking about actually what council is doing, because there are specific things that the city is doing overarching. I think that there's a lot of confusion from the public about what does council do? Does council do anything, or you guys do everything? And so having that clarification of what we're working on, what we're doing, doesn't mean we can't pull from some of the same things that is in the city one for relevant context or content that sharing does. But I think something needs to come from council for those that want to sign up for it. And it's easy to get those lists. You do like a one-time purchase. of those contacts usually, is my understanding of how that works. And then people can also sign up going forward for when they want to, like, you know, be in the know. And then we would have that link right on, sign up for the newsletter on, you know, our landing page for council for getting updates. Quarterly is perfect. And I'm not saying they have to be particularly engaging, but they can at least get.
Well, that
like,
would be, I could see an opportunity for each committee to have a little thing what they're working on and upcoming agendas, and obviously the president would have to do an article, a long one. Order.
I'm hearing it, I've already thought of it.
Okay.
I'm just thinking an integrated newsletter is better, because I think once we start doing a council newsletter, then separate from the maybe it's different than the city newsletter, but once we do a council newsletter that doesn't include the mayor, all of a sudden it sets us up in opposition potentially to what the mayor may be communicating. I think it's better for all of us to be together, and especially if this is an informative thing about what we're doing, and obviously not a advocacy thing.
I've been doing a neighborhood newsletter. Actually, I've continued it now, I don't know, for probably 20 years or so. And it's been text and short bullets and comes out once a month. And I've got a lot of positive feedback on that, partly because I think it's the kind of thing that being short, being, bulleted items, people, when they get it, they read it, because they're not thinking, oh, I'm going to save that till I got lots of time. It doesn't come too often, and it has just kind of highlights of what's been going on. And I can imagine something that would, like what you're talking, Scott, Councilman Bader's talking about an integrated thing with some of those highlights, because I think that would get read more often. And then that could link to more detail, because we've certainly all received newsletters that are too often or too much detail, and we think, well, yeah, I should read that, but I'll get around to that when I get some time. You never get the time. It's always scrolled down in your email. And that's been my experience. I'm not sure it's everybody else's, but if I think to myself, what do these people really need to know? Put the main thing, then put a few links in it if they care about the detail. That's worked pretty well, and it's relatively low effort, or I wouldn't be doing it, because I just don't have the time.
And you could link to the mayor's newsletter. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
pulling
So maybe it'd be
together.
kind of
Look at that.
it'd be a city summary kind of a thing, and then you could link to those, and that would avoid the potential contention that Councilman Bader was talking about.
I'm sorry, I knew that was gonna happen. Definitely should be less of an opinion piece and more of an outreach informative. And so as far as what the council and the mayor, if there's some sort of disagreement, obviously, we would have that in public and we wouldn't have to rely on a newsletter, but, yeah, so I think that kind of that fear, maybe there's some separation. I think we're gonna want, if we do a council connection, ooh, I already have a name for it. We're gonna want, the information from the mayor's office. I mean, we're obviously integrated with stuff. We're gonna want it a shared piece, right? We'll just maybe a council connection be just talk about our committees, more of the specific, what we're doing, more informative of, hey, this is the areas that we're working at. I think it always should be emphasis that these are team approaches with the mayor's office. That's always the case. So good discussion on that. I look forward to the summary on this one.
Yes.
Not to backtrack, but I wanted to loop back to we were talking about updating the website, and want to tie a few different ideas together about utilizing the committee structure. So something that I'm envisioning based on everybody's feedback is maybe at all of our committees' next meeting, the council members work on establishing their priorities for that committee for the year and identifying one or two initiatives that are going to be committee driven. And hopefully they're in alignment with the mayor's priorities as well. So then there's a clear, here's what we're workshopping for the year. Here's what we're, by December, this is our accomplishments for the committee, just to help with keeping on track and hopefully mitigating the briefing cadence that we've been getting into, and really encouraging that workshop portion. And then those priorities and, help me out. The goals for the committee and the like final products that are envisioned can then be something that's added to the website, and the committee chairs are responsible for providing Angie with the verbiage for her to copy and paste and update on the website, so it's easy for her and not labor intensive. So I would like to see more responsibility for the committee chairs to do a lot of the easy updates and making sure that that roadway and those pathways are defined for the public.
Yep. Thank you for that, because outreach takes commitment and work, and we talk about process. So we're really putting expectations on ourselves, and I appreciate that this group wants to step up, because when we talk about communicating, messaging is very important, and so I appreciate that comment. Thank you.
I don't think Angie will go get lunch again. We've brought her name up 12 times since she left. I do have good notes, so. Are there any, until lunch comes, we're actually ahead of schedule, and what I will break when she gets back, but is there anything else around the communication piece or conversation this morning that is capture worthy?
For the budget committee, is there still the plan to have the fifth Wednesdays be the committee of the whole for the budget? I'm not sure if that ever actually happened last year.
It did happen,
Once at least.
yeah, 2 times, I think, maybe
Okay.
more than that, but yeah, that's still the plan.
Great.
Did you say fifth
Yeah,
Yeah,
the fifth,
'cause
whenever,
there's-
because the committees are the first, second, third, fourth Wednesdays, any
months, I
month
think,
where there's a
yeah.
fifth, to have the budget committee meet, and then also just to take a look at the calendar and see if that's often enough, especially, wow, this coffee's kicking in. Finally, geez, it took long enough. If there are enough Wednesdays for it to even be meaningful, or if we need to squeeze out some other budget meetings during the year to,
Also that month of budget meetings that we spoke of earlier, if you're still remembering that. Okay, so the fifth Wednesdays, the month and more? Is that what you're saying? Or just,
possibly if needed, because I guess last year I didn't feel like the budget committee met often enough, so maybe it's too few, too many.
Yeah,
just
Well,
right.
this year it's May, July, October, have 5th Wednesdays, so that's when we would be in our head to get the budget committee set, and then that new idea about the budget run in
Right.
October-ish, yeah.
And that was going to bring that up too, the integration of the budget run of 4 in a row. And then also, if you want to call it budget, but revenue options.
Yeah, I want that included too, for
We'll
sure.
have to have, that'll be basically budget meetings that we'll have, hopefully this afternoon, we'll put some sort of process in place and how many meetings that's going to take.
Great. Thanks.
Good idea. Thanks.
Yeah, I was thinking specifically about like the revenue options for the year.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Making sure council's actively engaged on that.
Well, I'm hoping that we'll come up with some sort of calendar or process this afternoon or whenever we're going to approach that. So we may need a lot, right?
We're off the hook on next Wednesday. Next Wednesday is the 5th Wednesday. We're off the hook on budget.
TBD.
Yeah.
I don't have anything scheduled
Okay.
for 5 PM on January 31st.
Yep. And I don't think we're off the hook on anything when it comes to budgets. I think we're going to be spending a lot of time. Yeah.
I was just randomly thinking about last year's budget and how it was weird when it finally came up in October, November, when it was budget hearing number 2, and we didn't have anything to say. Well, I think Councilmember Ryan had all of the things to say, and maybe it was because it was super late meeting and I was like really focused on something else council-worthy. Now I can't remember what it was, but it was important. Anyways, it was just weird. So here's my hope for really having in-depth discussion about the budget.
I have a random comment. Given we have, Whoop.
Police chief, we need your help.
Were your ears burning?
Given we have a new council makeup, do we need to do another council picture? And if we do need to do another council picture, can we have that be in our newsletter, like the first one that goes out?
The council connection.
The council connection.
Although we can't make any decisions here at this meeting, I would be a positive discussion.
I think I was asking in the feasibility of something of that nature.
I bet we could.
Get Pipa.
Or a tripod with a camera on it.
Okay, this afternoon, we are going to talk about the tax revenue options. Right now, we'll take a break for lunch and lunch until 12:30. Well, I had 12:45, but we're leaving early, so we'll go till 12:30.
Sounds good.
Screen changed.
Screen change. Awesome. Well, thanks, everybody, for a great morning, and I really appreciate everybody's feedback. I just wanted to cover something that we had been talking about earlier, and that was outreach and communication and the use of our website, our council website. There is a lot of capabilities that we currently have that, to this point, we haven't exercised them. So I talked with Angela, our administrative assistant, and we will be putting some stuff in the parking lot for all of us to review. There are some website improvements, there's some statements, capability of some committee reports. Quite a few things that we have, even a newsletter that we haven't exercised yet. And she has been in the process of going through that and working with IT from the city and how that all works and what she can do and how the capabilities of the content application of the website. So I guess I'm pleased to report. I think we can make some improvements to it right away. Of course, as you guys mentioned earlier, including myself, that we have our role too, and that is to dedicate our time to put good content for our residents. So I just want to report that.
Thank you. And before we launch into the afternoon, I'd like to take a look back and ask if there was anything around items that did not get discussed. We had an agenda point that on moving initiatives forward, and then that did not come up. So I wanted to just ask, is there anything that was discussed that anyone wants to revisit or that did not get to move forward?
You had a slide that was really awesome that you previously showed. It was your desired outcomes for today. And I think we addressed like the majority of those things, but given that we're moving into a completely separate type of portion of our agenda, I was wondering if we could look at some of those 15 items and make sure that we touched on them, or at least made some sort of action item to address them. The one up there, number 1, was equitable distribution of work and shared priorities. I don't know that we talked about that, and I don't know if that's something that there's ample time of discussion for that, but do we want to have like a subsequent meeting and have that on agenda for going forward? Or I just don't want to like have it be something that was brought up by someone and then not like addressed or just lost.
Yes, and I will say that we definitely should talk about it. I don't know if today, yes, but I don't have any neighborhoods that are very active. So I feel like I'm low on the scale of equitable distribution of work. And I know that a lot of council members have many neighborhoods that are active. So being in districts, I'm willing to visit other districts. So I'm putting that out there. I don't know if that was all. I know, yeah. I don't even know if that's what this one is about, but I wanted to put that out there.
And it was my understanding that hearing what everyone's desired outcomes were for the day, that we were able to work to prioritize an agenda, and that we could not get to everything. I like the option to decide what does it look like to address everything, so thank you for bringing that up. So I hear that the number 1 would go on the parking lot with the notes of the specific neighborhood distribution. And then why don't we listen to them all, go into the tax levy lid piece, and then see what is left for, or revenue options would be a better way to put it. Paula, council member Ryan?
I didn't quite follow it. Are we talking about the equitable distribution, or is that the parking lot?
We're going to parking lot. We're addressing, I think we're addressing right now with our agenda.
Well, is it, I think it might be helpful before we throw things in the parking lot to understand what it was. Because I think that might have been one interpretation of what that bullet is, but somebody else might have a different interpretation what that bullet is or where it came from before we throw it into the parking lot for a
I
subsequent meeting.
agree.
Okay.
Thank you. And I heard that the equal distribution of work had to do with distribution of the neighborhood groups and who was attending, which committee, the committee's assignments have been done. That seems good, but it did seem that it mostly came down to neighborhoods.
We can parking lot it, but I guess as a, the other side of the pendulum from Councilmember Vogely, my district has active Valley View, Port Gardner, Beverly Park, Pinehurst, Glacier View, Lowell, and South Forest Park. And they're all active, and that's 6 extra meetings per month that I go to, and I've been advised that I don't have to go to them, but that's not how I operate at all. I would like, they all have on their agenda council liaison reports. So I would appreciate some support from other council members whose districts might not be as active or have as many neighborhoods, or from our at-large seats to help with balancing that evening workload, because that's 6 nights a month I don't see my kids.
I hear that, thank you.
And any other interpretation of that?
I think that something that I had talked about that I don't think we fully resolved was the communication side of things with communities reaching out and neighbors reaching out. They oftentimes don't think of their at-large council members as somebody to address their questions. And so I think a lot of the communication we get is often from, you're my district representative, so it goes to those 5. And I'm not saying like it's irresolvable issue, but something to keep in mind as we're addressing this issue going forward, like how that looks on our communication structure when folks are emailing in or reaching out. How do we address who all is involved with that to not just show like which council members are being, responsive to things, but also how many, if there's certain district versus at large that, one may tend to get more correspondence than the other.
Can I ask if what you are bringing up aligns with number 13?
Ties into that too, yeah.
Okay. Number 9. Succession planning that is transparent and understood by all.
Yeah, we didn't talk about that yet.
I just think it's quite necessary. And I don't have to necessaritize it today, but it is necessary.
The,
I guess 1 and 5. Sorry.
No, that's good.
what's the collaborative agendas? Number 4?
I understood that individuals who were not in leadership positions would like to be able to participate in the creation of the agenda.
I can say that it has been one of my learning curves, and also one of my never knowing how on earth to do it. I remember Jennifer once, I think in a meeting within this past year, said, "And as you all know, any one of you is welcome to put an item on the agenda." And at that point, I went to myself and went, what now? So there are, what's the word? Things that people think other people know, and yet it took me 5 years to be able to, find SharePoint, and then I was not finding SharePoint anymore and finding other ways to look at stuff. So I think that's part of communication and knowing that, I don't know.
Are council members currently aware of how to put items on the agenda? Is that an issue that, is that something that needs to move forward to create a process?
It's always been my assumption that that's council leadership's role and responsibility, and a request would go through them, but in practice, I'm not sure specifically how that would be approached or if there's a formal process for that.
So clarity is needed, and if there is not a process, there needs to be one.
I think this is I mean, and frankly, even after having been on the council for 9 years, I'm still kind of somewhat unclear about how to surface issues, especially connecting with administration. So I think there's somewhat hierarchy of issues, and obviously acknowledging that it takes time for things to get to the agenda. So it's like there's policy matters, kind of narrower issues, and then items, and kind of examples that I say, like, for a narrow item, it'd be like, okay, maybe how do we get more lighting at Clark Park? That might be a very narrow item, right? For an issue, might be how do we make Clark Park safer? And for a policy, might be park safety, right? But I'm unsure about what admin or council leadership, even when I was council leadership, should take those requests and try to push them forward in a way that's collaborative and effective, but also takes into account that maybe Clark Park lighting is only my concern and no one else's. So I think it'd be useful to get some clarity about, what we want, administration wants, in terms of if we have an item, an issue, or a broader policy thing to ultimately make its way to the agenda.
Okay.
I would like to say that I also support Clark Park lighting. But
Until the neighbors complain it's too bright.
the other thing I was thinking of is I don't have any interest in being in leadership right now of council, but I am very interested in knowing how that agenda process works. So if you are ever willing as leadership to occasionally shadow some of the other members who may have not been there, being like, hey, we're going to do the agenda study. Do you want to see how that works? And bring us on into it, not necessarily to control the agenda, but just to understand a little bit more about the process. I think that's very inclusive.
Well, I can just real briefly, what has happened in the last couple of years as I was on vice president. President and vice president meet with Jennifer and Angie weekly for about a half-hour meeting on Tuesday afternoon at 2:30. And Jennifer presents the agenda and Angie present the agenda. Most of it is administration-driven, but we're still, we do have some input. We look at it like, this is gonna be way too long of a meeting, so can we move this, shift this around? We do those kinds of things. But the majority of it does come from administration. And then if we have an issue, then we work with Jennifer to get it put on the agenda, which doesn't happen a lot, but has happened periodically. So, and I think Liz brought forward her PLA to be put on the agenda, and that went through those roles. And it's pretty simple. But that's how it has been working.
So far, it's still new, the conversations included encouragement of future issues. So far, I've tried to represent this body and say, okay, this is our priorities. Obviously, and it's been brought up earlier, the design of our resources were heavily dependent on the mayor's staff, and thank goodness, because they're amazing, right? But for them to work with our priorities to get those on the agenda items. So far, I've been representing what I think this group is, and sometimes they've been direct comments, direct items. I mean, I'm still just 1 month, right? And so I see it as the leadership is the focal point and working with admin to get our priorities on the agenda intermixed with the priorities of the mayor. And a lot of times they're all the same, of course, right? And really the challenges are not mostly, as I see it, the administrative functions. We gotta pay the bills. We have a lot of different functions with capital improvements, with contracts. I mean, those items are just standard way of business. But when it comes to the action items, that's where it becomes more of a probably, I'm novice here, more of our experience can jump in here, but that seems to be more right now of the challenges, is that action items where they're, the ordinances are much more impactful in a sense, and that's where more of our authority as a council has within the governmental process.
I guess my experience with this, with one avenue for things on the agenda and for action is to understand particular issues and bring those to the mayor, administration in my periodic meetings, focusing from my standpoint on what I see as a concern and some possible ways to address that. And then working with the mayor and administration, their responses have varied. In some cases, it's yes, we're working on that, or we know this, or what do you want done differently, or what do we, what light can you shed on that? And that's been a productive process as well, because often, if there's a particular problem, the need isn't necessarily to jump to a particular ordinance. It is understanding how that problem interacts with resources and the various departments involved. And so that's not the only way, shouldn't be the only way, but it has been a useful way to get those concerns addressed in the context of the entire administration and their duties.
And I guess this is a question that I have for the staff here. From your perspective, when council, whether it's an ordinance, doesn't necessarily have to be a piece of legislation, how do you view our priorities, both, I guess, individually when you have communication, but also from a leadership point of view? How does the mayor staff process this information?
Well, just like many of your votes are unanimous, a lot of the things that come to you are those very, here's a sneak peek of February 7th. There's 20 funding ordinances on capital projects that are going to be first action, and you'll see them for 3 weeks and then vote on them at the end. And so there's a lot of that. You have so I would say last year I used what I mentioned before, that chart that came from this retreat with Kathy. So it's the colored columns and the committees, and it had it wasn't, I don't know, I wasn't part of how you developed it, but those topics I viewed as the best representation of your priorities. And should you develop anything else, that's what I'll work from. There's some examples of folks bringing specific things forward, and so Councilmember Ryan and seconded by Council President Member Toohey just brought the wage theft thing, and I know you're working with legal to get that fine-tuned. You mentioned going to committee. I don't know if that'll go that path or not, but either way, that's kind of an established process that you have.
And I'll just stop here to interject. Councilman Ryan also communicated with me. I communicated with Councilmember Zarlingo. She asked for input, and so this is good legislation. Look forward to seeing this moving forward. And she's working with your staff. So there was that communication piece that actually Councilmember Ryan initiated that made the process successful. Go ahead, sorry. I just want to add that into that. So you know the story.
This is a really specific example, but I always like those because that's just how I am. And it's kind of the other side of that equation. So I think in 2022, I think that it was Councilmember Spassi and Ryan talked and maybe made a motion even to work on tenant protections. And in my old job, I developed this memo. It was like the first month or so, like my first big assignment, and it made its way to you sort of eventually after some review. And that is where it sits. And because we never heard anything more, I didn't do anything more with it. It's on a list for, I think, Health and Human Services Committee. And I think there's some momentum there. So I think I'm excited by the idea of the committee talking it out a bit, maybe moving that forward. Not that, that sounds like I blamed you for it. Maybe I did, because back in that day, I wrote that memo and I was like, okay, am I gonna do something more with this? I guess not.
Well, that was one of the things where I had originally brought up, okay, hey, staff, I would like to look at, what we're doing as far as tenant protections at Everett. And the response I got back from staff was, sorry, we don't have capacity to work with you on that. And so that's why I had to bring it forward later at the actual meeting and saying a first and a second, so I could get staff to commit to work with me, because they would not do any of the research or any of the work or give me any information even about existing policies or anything that we had on the books. And so one of the other things that I did bring up as being an issue is that we do not have a confidential staff person to work with. Any of the things that if we work on it or we want to bring something forward or we want to ask stupid questions or what, that is automatically shared or able to be shared with folks that may not have an interest in us working on any of those things. And so that does not make us an independent legislative body guiding any policy or whatnot, because we're under the control of a different elected entity. And
Well, you should say that differently. Like, do you feel like you are under the control?
if we don't have any access or resources to staff to actually do the policy that our body is set out to do, and we're being refused access to that, yeah. I mean, we can't do policy if we don't have access to staff to do policy. And that is another way to kneecap a independent body. And so one of those other items that I think we've repeatedly brought up is it would be nice to have our own independent policy related consultant or something that we're able to work with so we can do some of these things. As far as the tenant protection things, that wasn't a working with us, that was a lack of kind of like that coordination that we had, and then it was something that was brought to us externally, and so it didn't feel like a collaboration on that, to talk about what, our needs and what we were hoping for, what we were looking at, or a dialogue back and
Well,
forth.
and that's what I mean, is like the committees could be that platform moving forward. And then my other thought is, I believe, based on my limited time with Everett, that whole motion and a second thing, that is there for that reason, because council members can't direct staff, right? So if there's just one of you that's got a vision, doesn't mean that it's shared. And so that's the method to get that backing. And then I have no comments about the idea of a policy analyst, council researcher, but I know how some of you feel about that, but I don't know how all of you feel. And I think that is an important, and maybe it's not for today, because Kathy's
And right
been like.
now, I see that we slipped right from one to the other, and I do just want to be able to hold them both up. When we were talking about what it looked like with the collaborative agenda is where we started, and then we went into number 7. So we went from 4 to 7. And I hear on number 4, and please listen to how I hear this so I can record it and make sure that I am understanding what you're saying, I heard 2 different ways. And one way is that things can be sent through leadership and then they will be added to the agenda. Or you can do it in your meeting with the mayor and you can add it to your agenda. So those are 2 ways right now, whether you are doing that. It then gets into the committee process as well. So the committee, I heard that it goes from there and then it goes to the committee. The committee process has been parking lot to figure out how do we use the committees in the best way to move things forward. Am I clear about that there is a little bit of clarity that's been provided about how to get something on the agenda, and we can move forward with that, and then reassess later if that is not working and you're not getting your items on the agenda?
Yeah.
So then,
I have one more I wanted to add
you.
for number 13 about ensuring residents feel heard and honing the acknowledgement and communication process. For also in the parking lot, I would like to see council come to a shared understanding of constituent relations, so that when a person writes in, who can we expect to respond to them? And then also working with Angie to hone the process of responding to that person right away, so there's the acknowledgement that the email's been received, and then just a general, we don't need to written down or anything, but just a general understanding of who's responsible to respond to that person. So then I think for a specific example, the folks from the Cub Scouts that were coming to the last meeting, I was about to respond, but then I checked and two other council members had responded, but I didn't know that. And then if it's something issue specific, if a constituent receives several different responses that are with differing opinions, that can be confusing for a constituent. So responding to constituents within the framework of our districts and with committees and the at-large seats and just the who's on first to respond to constituents, I think would be great to have a shared understanding to make sure that either people don't get over-responded to with conflicting information, and that people do get responded to and nobody falls through the cracks. Thanks.
Thank you. And I am,
And one more thing, I'm gonna go back to this process about legislation. Obviously, I'll just use the project labor agreement.
Yeah.
Being on the mayor's committee, there was a process, and now being in council leadership, the current choice was to try to work with administration on the differences of philosophy or the writing, not just with the mayor's office, but also we're both trying to collaborate with labor and other business interests. So there's kind of this collaboration going on. There's always the decision, I guess, by leadership is, okay, at some point, this is it for council, we're just gonna move forward with it, despite even what the other collaborative groups, including the mayor's staff, want. So there's gonna be always that decision on how much collaboration versus, okay, we've come to a point where, I mean, this is a difficult one, right? They're always easy when we're all on the same page and our circles all intertwined and we're go, we're just waiting on resources and those sort of things. But the challenge comes when there's a difference of philosophy. At what point do you, as a council leadership, do you represent what the council wants to move forward with? And so this particular one has probably been the more difficult one that I've had to deal with in different roles. So I'll just address this one. We're close, I'm still confident that where there's some collaboration going on and we're trying to meet all the interested party. One of them wanted a little bit more time. So I guess as far as in council leadership, that's probably the biggest decisions is when we have a difference of opinion or some really not necessarily opinion, but where we want to focus on what of the people that we represent, who gets the strongest say in the legislation. So that's probably been just an example of how that's worked when we talk about process. When we're all in agreement, it's different. It's just a matter of, okay, how can we put it together? So that's where, so far in my experience here in the last 2 years, and that's a good illustration of it. So just wanted to share that. So sorry, we probably need to.
yes, and I just want to recap that what I hear is there's a lot of process oriented. The process is around 1 and 5 put together around really the neighborhood distribution, who needs support, who has support, what does that look like, and how can that help everybody be more efficient. There needs to be some process around just even an understanding process around the citizen communication, process around the succession planning and how that works, and then how do we optimize the committees to bring initiatives forward. So there were really 5 of those that people have general ideas, but they're not shared ideas, and they're definitely not defined processes. So then the only other piece that was not simply about process was about the dedicated staff member for council use and use of budget. I understand that some members support that and have an interest in moving forward with that. And it sounds like we're at a place where we need to know if there is support to define what that would look like, what would the budget be, and that really gets into a process with how do you decide what consultants, when is the consultant hired for which issues, and then a process is created for that. How do I go about finding out if there is support or for that moving forward, or if there is can we do a subcommittee or?
That's what I was gonna say, it's like, does anybody wanna be on a subcommittee to like evaluate options, maybe what other councils are doing that are similar to our size of a city, or what might be something that is a low-cost approach, high-cost, like, to look at all those kind of different things. Because I would be happy to be on a subcommittee on that, because I think it would be something that would be interesting to explore. Is there another council member that might be interested?
I'd be willing to do it.
Awesome.
Technically, it would be called ad hoc committee.
Oh,
And, well, remember, we're talking about process. And I'm not sure how that process, how do we select committees? Is that a president thing or what? Yeah, okay. So you two are on it? Cool. And send me an email. Maybe we should have 3 people.
I said we
Think
had these
about that.
meetings down to Jackson Park. But anyway.
given Councilmember Ryan's previous involvement with some of that stuff, I think she has a lot of knowledge that might be valuable. It would be very flexible on scheduling and probably sometime this summer.
I think I saw Councilor Vogley put her hand up, but yeah, I can be on it if there's commitments from other council members to alleviate me of some of my evening duties.
Okay, so we are going to move forward now, and thank you for going back, and I said we weren't gonna cover all of them today, but we did. Okay. To use a process that's often used to decide how to move forward with issues where there are multiple ways to look at things. I have, I'm looking to see if the 2 slides match, except for the 2 and the 3. Principled negotiation is just a way to focus on the issues themselves, hear everybody's voice at the table, identify the underlying pieces of what those, what's needed, where people want to move forward, why they support what they support, look at different options, brainstorm them, what are the solutions, how can everybody put forward their ideas, and then have objective criteria that we use to decide, is this the best way to move forward? I know you had your presentation on January 10th around the different options around the tax revenue. I have some of those slides here because I am in no way an expert or fully informed on that, though I do have them for our reference as we're going through this. What the process will look like is that we will talk about what does the assessment criteria look like to help us decide on the 3 different options. Look at the 3 different options and then compare the assessments. What did you hear? What makes sense to you? And what are our recommended next steps? So when we look at, let me ask first, do you have a process in place for assessing the criteria to make a decision between which one, or is this a fruitful process?
I don't know that we've ever had full discussion about process and all of these things, so
Okay.
I would say, no, we do not have that.
So the things as you are looking at the fire district, the library impact, and the levy lift, I do my best with the language, and it may not be right, so just ride with me, or feel free to correct if it helps you. And, yes.
To be a little bit more vague or clear, we're given different options from staff, and they bring very good points that are, there's this good thing and this good thing and this good thing. But, yeah, I don't think that as a council, we've been able to digest and issue our own, and this is good and this is better.
Well, and there was, of course, the Fiscal Sustainability Committee that came up with 24 of these kinds of things several years ago. So a lot of work has been done on that. And it's a good document if you want to go through and see that all these things are balances and trade-offs, and they solve part of the problems in part of the ways, and they impact different people in different ways. So I wouldn't want that good work to get lost, because it's great background for this. And I think this is, in a way, a distilled version of that. That's what administration's been doing, is bringing forward what they think are the most practical or effective things.
I know which one you're talking about. I haven't looked at it in a while. Is there a way that the city could email that out to us again? Thanks.
To put on the top of the pile. Email
I'll do a quick search, but I think if you search on fiscal sustainability, or Everett Fiscal Sustainability Committee, I think you'll find that, but I'm not sure.
So a question for this this part of our meeting. Are we actually gonna, do we wanna integrate these 9 items into a discussion of our options? Or are we just going to an exercise of what we need to do in the future? Or do we want to combine these 3 items into this?
So the thought is that we were going to, I'm presenting these as frames for you to consider the problems and look at them, or the options and look at them. And then we will go into looking at each of the options, and then every council member sharing their thoughts on what options they find to be the most sensible, either using this criteria or just what you have come to on what do you think you should do with the 3 different options. And then after you've shared what you think we're going to do with the 3 different options, having heard everybody around the table, what are next steps for brainstorming or options to move forward to put a recommendation there.
I love the list that you have put here. It's great. The only thing I would probably add is workforce impacts.
So my intention with these is to have a lens for consideration. When you are looking at the opportunity of the South County fire, is it feasible? Does the timing work? Is there public support for it? Is the solution sustainable? As you move forward with it, is it equitable? Are there unintended consequences or trade-offs if you do move forward to make that decision? Are there workforce implications? What's the impact if you do that? And then when you are looking at that and you run that lens through the varied 3 options, it should feed your ability to make a recommendation that then will end up going to be voted on and then eventually go to the voters. And I think it helps if, from where I have walked through with decisions, when people want to know, why did you choose that? It's really nice to be able to say, well, when we looked at the feasibility of this, or this was sustainable, or when we look at the budget deficit, we have this amount, but we are able to do that. And it fosters public support when you have data or an understanding of why you're choosing what you're choosing to put that recommendation forward. Does that, and then the intended process that we are going to go through is to, I included some of these slides. I have no familiarity with the slides to walk you through the forecasts. I know that you have been through them. I wanted to be able to have the slides to go to in case they served as a reference point for you to be able to use the lens of consideration. And then if you need the slides for a reference point, we have them for a reference point. And then it is my thought that having looked at those, we will now, oh, I lost my agenda. We will, bless you. We will then thanks. Go through and ask everybody to express their viewpoints. So I don't think I need to do a lot with the options because you know what the 3 options are. If you do need support, please ask me and I'll be happy to pull up any of these slides to support you in that process. And so the first piece would be to have each of you go around and discuss your preferences on the 3 options and see if we can build a foundation for what a recommendation would look like moving forward. Does that make sense? Thank you, Scott.
I think it makes sense. I think it's just scary to go first.
Okay,
But I might be that person to take that trip.
your mic's on.
I know. On again, off again. Are we starting now?
We are starting now. So council member sharing, you have 4 minutes and I'd like to know your priorities and thoughts.
Okay. My thoughts are not written out, so this is off the cuff. And I would like to take probably less than 4 minutes and maybe then add some additional after everyone else has spoken. But I feel that it's so hard. I think we need a levy lid lift because that's the only one that looks really possibly, let's see, what are the things? Feasible and sustainable, at least until we can figure out some real, like, some other revenue, or maybe until we have the property tax from the legislation 1% thing figured out, so that we don't have that barrier any longer. It hurts to say that because Everett is like the poorest city in Snohomish County, so if there's some way to make, I don't know, richer people pay more somehow, maybe that's already written into it, but some people have the money to do this with, other people don't. But I do think it needs to go to the voters. Yeah, so is it equitable? I don't remember learning that. Maybe we have already, but I just am not remembering. And when it comes to the levy lid lift, if we are going to merge with Snow Isle and Everett Library, looks like I'm gonna take up all 4 minutes. Let's see. In previous conversations regarding these things, it seemed that the firefighters were okay with merging somehow, and new this year, the library is somewhat willing to move forward with a merger, especially now that they're both supported by unions, same union, AFSCME. The levy lid lift just needs to be very much communicated to the public and to us as council members, staff, administration, everybody. So general fund, great. So we're gonna put it in the general fund and take our next retreat on skis, right? No, that's not how it works. Though there was, that's not, the general fund sounds like you can just do almost anything, because hold on, we're not taking a ski trip.
Okay,
We're
it
not
was the
taking a
ski trip that I gave you a look for, not
Yeah,
what
no,
you're
I
saying.
know. We're not taking a ski trip. I've never been skiing. If there are ways to be certain that certain funds in the lid lift are allocated to certain departments or certain, I don't know all those words right now. Right. I don't have enough information, and I didn't write it down anyhow. If we keep the library and we ask for money over and over again, then we need to make sure. Okay, I have the thought in my head and I've run out of time to try to make sense of it. That's okay, that's fine. That's why I wanted to also hear everybody else's. Thank you.
Okay, if you could go back up to the assessment criteria, I'll go next. And so I'll try to break this down, all three options, and I'll kind of go through I'll add number 10, workforce, thank you for that. So the implementation feasibility, obviously, from my point of view, that the general levy lead left is the easiest. Second would be the library, because it's a smaller organization than our fire service. Timing, I think it's, once again, it has a lot to do with implementation. Yeah,
I'm sorry, out of fondness for how that you're doing this right
Yeah.
now, would it be helpful if we looked at the assessment criteria and evaluated all three and had conversations about the implementation feasibility of option number one? And then we will move on to the next one, because I like the way that you were going back to this and using it, but instead of having each council member do the list, maybe we should do the list?
I had it set up like that first, and I think that it makes a lot of sense, so I would just,
Sorry for interrupting.
I'm happy to do that. So do you want to start with,
okay, so
Pick your one.
we're gonna go around the circle here on each.
criteria on each one?
Each one? Oh, so you got extra.
Can we minimize to
Thank
3
you.
minutes then?
Well, I was just.
Two.
Two?
I
Thank
was
you.
just wondering if like, hey, let's talk about implementation feasibility. And then people who had, yeah, so the implementation feasibility, and then people could pipe up if they had a particular idea, like Dawn just brought up, about like, well, I'm thinking that this one is most feasible to implement X, Y, Z. And then just have people who pipe up about that who may have input. And then we can go to the next one, timing, how quickly revenue would be generated. And then we could all provide our input on that if we have something to say about that. And then we basically come out who's the winner on each one of those items. Do you see what I mean?
I do see what you mean.
Okay,
I'm happy to roll with
are
that.
you ready to go? I think it's
If that
good,
works.
because that's how I was gonna do it anyway, so it's
I'm
perfect.
ready to go.
Okay, so are we gonna talk about, well, what's first on your list then?
Number one, implementation feasibility.
No, on your list.
See, you're doing, see, and
Do the general levy
And
limits.
my thought was taking Snow Owl Library, going through all 9.
Yeah, okay.
Taking Levy
works.
Lid Lift, going through all 9.
Okay.
Okay,
And,
let's do
and
it
I
that
do
way.
know that staff has, specifics on timing and implementation, and so if Jennifer can present that, because Susie's not here, because that's not gonna change. It is what it is, and then we can do the rest of it.
Can I just speak up on one thing? For clarity, I want to understand that this process is not necessarily expected to choose one, correct?
Correct.
It's evaluating all and then determining whether one, two, or all three is worth continued work.
Correct.
Okay.
Well, I thought coming in here, we would at least have a process of when we would determine when those options. I think today is just for discussion and education and to get input from all of us. And then I think after this, I would see this as, let's put a timeline when we actually are gonna make that decision in a council meeting.
And just for to help me, that decision, what do you mean that? Does the decision to actually move something forward on the ballot, or the decision for further exploration?
From my point of view, it would be, well, it'd be all, yes. I mean, I think deciding which one or all three if we want to move forward with. I don't think we should, I don't know what, I guess if the council will speak how much more exploration we would need for the items.
I think
That would be
so.
something we could decide here. But as far as the decision-making, I would like to come out of here knowing, okay, when is our, even moving backwards, when would be the deadlines from a council position that we want to make this kind of decision to be successful in whatever we decide on? But as far as whether the council needs more information, it would be a good time to, that isn't gonna have to be done here. We can just tell you, hey, we want more information now, please go work and get it. Sorry, it's about you guys working, but.
No, actually, that, you know, we welcome further work on a revenue
Yeah.
alternative.
The one thing I want to make sure doesn't happen is the presentation that Kathy appended to this that you saw on the 10th isn't like, it's different, but it's kind of the similar information that you heard last May. So what I don't want is, I like this criteria thing. I think I'm gonna get lots of good info and insight into where you guys are at, and I can predict the future based on that. That's good. But I don't want the end of the day to be, we're gonna someday have another meeting where we're gonna talk about our decision. What I want is, I got one vote for this one, I'm kind of counting them in my head, and I think we could probably bring something forward on a date certain. I'm not gonna tell you which date, because that's other people that do the job, but, and then you actually vote, and maybe what we present is, hey, Suzie, please work on all three, or hey, Suzie, please work on these two, and just set this guy aside, like, there's a lot of downsides, we don't really want to waste our time on it right now, right? And so, that's where I'm at. But they had their hands up before me, I just decided to talk.
Thanks. Sarcasm. Yes, and I remember very clearly having a discussion up there and being like, hold on, if we vote to put it on the ballot, we can't talk about it. So what we're going to gather here, and then I think release information up there, is please move forward on these or not, which is basically what Jennifer just said, and I'm just reiterating because why not?
Ben and then me.
I think we need to be careful too about date certain stuff, because there are things like the state legislature's actions on this that could affect this. And that, I think, we're nominally supposed to know end of February, but that might be extended out. So I'd like to work backwards from a target of when we need to know, but not necessarily forward from this.
Totally. In my head, I meant, I'd really like us to put it on the agenda for February 7th or 14th, a little resolution that says, Finance Department, please work on these two revenue initiatives and bring us some stuff back. If you want ultimate flexibility and you want to really still think about the August election, but maybe it'll be November, you're not really sure yet, that's May. That's the beginning of May when you have to take that vote to put it on the ballot. And there's stuff that leads up to that, working back from that date. November is August.
And I think I want to work
Yeah.
responsibly on that, because looking at the criteria possibilities here, one of the things that I've had happen a lot for me is I'll be really enthusiastic about something, it seems like it's a perfect thing, and someone will bring up one criteria that just blows it out of the water, or at least badly impairs it, or that ties it to something else that we need to do, or don't need to do, or can't do. So that's why I think my sense of this is that this is a great chance to explore these things, to get other people, to get the sense of other council members' questions, concerns, enthusiasms, reserves, and that may give us a much clearer idea of which things to focus on.
So what I'm hearing is that the potential of eliminating one of these, I'm hearing that from the staff, that if there are one of these initiatives that we probably aren't going to want a lot of research on, that maybe that isn't going to be the focus, or I'm hearing, okay, so in a couple of weeks, you would like us to prioritize and say, okay, work on these? Because I'm just trying to
Yes and yes and yes.
actively, okay.
Well, and I think that this exploration will get us closer to that. It may not today do that, but it may at least say, okay, these are some red flags for us, or some concerns, and those things we can then address quickly and simplify things.
So we're going to go around looking at each issue with those 10 being workforce criteria as how you see it. And Don gets dealer's choice on which issue we're looking at first.
Okay, so
Can
we can-
Jennifer start first, just to kind of give us the facts on each, as we talk about them?
Especially 1 and 2 are more factor.
Yeah, and that
Okay.
way we have that out of the way and then do all the rest.
The fact-driven part of it. Well, I don't think implementation feasibility, that's sort of broad. And so anyways, maybe I'll just start with the timing piece because that's really straightforward. The levy lid lift, it's January 1 if it passes in an election year. So if you put it on the ballot anytime this year,
The
it's just
library.
levy lid lift. Did I, I don't
You
know
said
what
levy
I
lid
said. Okay.
Can you cover all three for the
Yeah.
first two?
Levy lid lift, it is part of your levy at that point, so it takes effect right away. Fire and library, if you do it by the August ballot, then it happens in January. If you do it by November, it is the next January. It's in place, and so I think sort of what that would look like is you'd have this 1 year where you're like, oh, we know we got a good revenue solution in 26, but we gotta ride it through 25. So it's not like, anyways, that's sort of the downside of it, that it just takes a little longer if it ends up passing on a November ballot. Implementation feasibility, I guess I don't 100% know what it means to everybody, but.
Would that be where they're negotiating, you have to negotiate with?
Yeah, okay, well, so maybe in that context, levy lid lift, really straightforward. It's in the context of your budget at the end of the day. The fire authority, there's negotiation that happens with, if it's with South County Fire, with that organization. They've done a few of them now, so although things were real complicated over the last 10+ years, it's maybe a little bit more straightforward. They've got their model established. They have districts for their board, for instance, are established, which wasn't the case a few years ago. But there's some negotiation with a fire authority, or the other path of like forming your own and creating your own fire benefit charge, should you decide to do that. To me, that is, anyways, I think the timeline for that, like to get all that done by August is maybe, even though I think it's easier than it used to be, it's maybe it's a lot of work, no matter which flavor of that you do. And then on the library, pretty similar in a way because it's negotiating with Snow Isle to some extent, and then it's the voters that decide in the end. But and yeah, I don't know. Like it'll take conversation. So yeah.
On either of those, and maybe this ties into political feasibility, do either of these, do you see would almost require we do some negotiation ahead of time before we put it on the ballot because voters are going to want to know X, Y, and Z versus approve and then negotiate?
It requires that. Yeah.
Can't not.
Yeah, I think, that's definitely required. I mean, both bodies, well, I think that's true with fire too. I know with library, both legislative, or both organizations, I guess, have to take an action to approve that moving forward to the ballot, although on the external body, it's a little bit more like, maybe more perfunctory. But in either case, for everyone to sort of be on board with it, got to figure out. So for instance, when the city of Mukilteo annexed into Snow Isle, the city kept the library buildings. They kept all the capital assets. So do you want to do that or do you not want to do that? What does Snow Isle feel about that? Are there capital reserves that come along with it? There's a lot of those details that go into it.
Have we received any update on where South County Fire falls on this, or?
Other than I've heard in passing that they say, sure, send us that official letter that says you want to start the conversation and the negotiations, and then we can talk about it. I mean, all of these things are just waiting for you to tell us that you want us to do it. So there's not more update. I mean, and on the library side, we had one meeting and we told them that you guys were talking about this today. So.
Yeah, I think I would only add that the term negotiation could be misinterpreted, where South County, my understanding is they would like something that says, yes, we are interested enough to explore this alternative. And that would be what we would be doing with Snow Isle as well. What we're looking for is the sense from you all about the further exploration that we need to bring more information back to you about some of those things Jennifer mentioned and many more, which would be part of the discussions moving forward. And I would envision a point fairly soon where we're back giving an update to council you know, and then we would continue, and I guess in my mind, it kind of transitions from a exploration to a negotiation at some point, but that would not be going in. I think what we would be, what you would need to do as council members, say, yes, absolutely negotiate this, we want to make it happen. We're not looking for that. I think at this point, just some clarity around what your thoughts, concerns, and whether it is even worth exploring further at this point and bringing back more information to council.
Councilmember Ryan?
Thanks. So I wanted to also say, I think what you mentioned earlier about us having another discussion, I push back on not making a decision today. I think TikTok, there's so many stepping stones that need to be put into place in order for this to go on the ballot and to get the correct information out to the community. So I want to see this expedited. Anyways. The other part was, then skipping ahead to this discussion, if the Regional Fire Authority Exploratory Committee has some sort of document that they've prepared or a recommendation or just the work and discussions that they have been having, how can we incorporate that into what we're talking about today and the decision-making for us?
What do you speak of? What is that?
There's, council members have been a part of the Regional Fire Authority Exploratory Committee, correct?
There was, before I stepped off the council 2 years ago, an exploratory committee. I assume that went dormant. And so even though on our council appointments list, there's an RFA kind of appointment, there's nothing active happening as far as I know.
It was listed on last year's and the year before's
Brenda
as
was
well.
on that.
Okay.
She was on it, nobody met.
Oh.
Nobody met since I've been on the council.
Okay. That answers my question.
I'd like to,
Mine too.
so is the intent, I'm gonna go back and put this on your plate here a little bit. So I'm hearing some different things. One is, was it your intent for all of us to hear our different opinions about this criteria? Do we wanna,
It was my understanding that at the end of the meeting, with some defined criteria, that the three options could be, you could hear from each person what your thoughts were on the three options, and then as a whole, because this is not a space where any recommendations would come out of. It can. Oh. Well,
This is a special meeting of the council. Revenue options is on the agenda.
We can't take action, though.
Even if it was like an advertised agenda item?
Well, revenue options is pretty general. Yeah, I would say you can develop a recommendation, you can have a good understanding of where everyone stands on it, and then take action at your next council meeting.
It was my understanding, after we discussed what you thought about the options, looked at them with discerning eyes, once we heard from everyone, there would be an idea and some clarity about where there might be some energy to move it forward and alignment. And then I didn't think a recommendation could be made here, but I thought one would immediately or soon follow.
I appreciate the discussion, but it seems like we were kind of heading on different paths.
It was,
So,
thank you.
Trying to get a little back on path here, structure, so I can do this by all three, or we can do one at a time?
Can we do one at a time?
Okay, so let's talk about what you have on
You
the
get to
snow
pick.
aisle.
Okay.
So this is just my opinion now. Granted, I not staff, so I'll just give you my perspective. So I think the implementation and the feasibility, I think is, I'm sorry.
Oh, I thought Jennifer went over that.
Okay,
But each councilman, so
Okay.
I said some things,
Okay.
but you guys have your own opinions about whether they make sense, yeah.
On what you said for the snow aisle.
Yeah.
Implementation thing, 'cause I didn't get what you
Does
were
it
saying.
take a year?
okay, so just from my perspective, and I'll be quick, we're talking about the library snow aisle.
Yes.
Implementation out of the three is probably, it'll be less than a levy lid lift and, or more than a levy lid lift and a lot less than the fire authority. The timing, that was covered January 1st. Public support, well, it just depends on what voice that you hear. There will be a group that wants it, and it comes down to the argument or the discussion of the services that you want us to provide. Do you want Everett Library? Is it a big significance to a snow while? So I think the public support is going to depend on the users versus people that aren't paying attention. Sustainability, I think the library and the tax structure, I think they've proven that they've been sustainability, and I think that's yes. Equity, yeah, I think it's either way. I don't think it's affected that much. I guess if you're going to provide more resources, it's the use of the library. There isn't a lot of restrictions as far as equity. Adding locations, if that was part of it, that would increase our equity and more access to it. Unintended consequences and trade-offs, I don't have a lot to add here. I'll just leave that on. I'm not sure about that one. Politically feasible, this is really more, I think it is. Once again, it becomes about an argument that we may, or not really argument, but a presentation that we make. I think it is feasible. Limitations, it's only a portion of our large revenue needs. It's not going to, if you just do the libraries as just a revenue position, I think it falls short. If there are other things that add to it, if there are more services, more equity, those more locations, then I think it's a good thing. But as far as that part, and then the impact, we are increasing the property tax. Are we going to get increased services? I think we can from this point. Workforce. If the Ask Me Local thinks it's a better, I'm assuming they probably will, because I think they, from my point of view, labor unions in public entities like a stable revenue source. So this, from their point of view, I can't speak for them, but they may say, hey, this is a stable revenue source for our system that pays our employees. So we're interested in this. How's that? Is that what we intended to?
That was great. And as you are going around, if you don't have strong feelings on each of them, what touches you? Which ones are your primary lenses? I valued going through all the lenses, but each person does not need to go through all the lenses.
Yeah, let's go around.
What? I get to talk again? Snow aisle, implementation, timing, public support. Yeah, so I think that there could be a lot of public support because the library would stay open. I mean, with all of the trade-offs and whatever. Okay, what am I trying to say? Public support, there could be a lot, because it could be that the public will get more than they already do. Yeah, okay. Sustainability, again, it seems that the library has been close to the bottom on support when it comes to city revenues. So, that they would be their own entity with a bunch of people that are like, library, library, then it seems it would be more sustainable. Equity also. Libraries for everybody, and everybody gets to do stuff. Unintended consequences, trade-offs. For a merger of libraries, does the city keep the buildings and be they are our capital investment, and Snow Isle just takes over the library ether? And so if there's still capital improvements or capital shortfalls, how much is that going to cost us? Do the buildings go with the library? Political feasibility, I don't know. Limitations, what I just said, impact. On who? Workers, I think, well, I guess putting impact and workforce together. It could be, and that would be maybe an unintended consequence, that the people that are working might be asked to move to a different library since it's Snow Isle rather than Everett centric. Maybe that's a good thing, maybe it's a bad thing, depending on the person. Thank you.
Councilmember Zerlingo.
Well, I certainly have broad enthusiasm for our libraries, made good use of them, and even when I was a kid in an entirely different state. So I support that strongly, especially because it helps a lot of our community members who don't have other resources, whether it's books or libraries or resource assistants or research assistants, that sort of stuff. My broad concern about that is that, as Council President Schwab had said, that alone does not solve our deficit problem.
Yeah.
And I am concerned that when we are, in a way, what we're talking about doing in revenue solutions is asking our community, giving them choices or possibilities or a recommendation, but asking them to vote about what kind of city they want to have, what kind of services they want to have, and the trade-off with that and their taxes, whether they're sales taxes or property taxes or some mix. And given that this does not, that the library doesn't solve the problem by itself, but it may complicate, this is the unintended consequences, it may complicate our communication with our community members about the choice we're asking them to make. And so from that standpoint, I am less enthusiastic about it because I see that as a significant trade-off. And if we are going to be bringing forth in a coordinated fashion real good outreach and communication about the question we're asking our community about what kind of community, what kind of city they want to have, then I'm disinclined to diffuse that message.
Thank you. Councilmember Tu.
Yeah, I think public support, I think there's a lot of really positive thoughts about both library systems. I think people really love them. I think it's confusing while there's there's two different ones. I think, for a while there, nobody could check out a book if they didn't live in the city of Everett, and we changed that a few years ago. So that's better, but so I do think there's good support, and it probably makes sense. And a lot of people may think, well, aren't they already Snow Isle? I mean, there might be some confusion with that, but I do think that if more locations, I don't see us affording it, but I know like the Parks District really wants a small library spot in their project, which would be great for all those residents that maybe not have access to vehicles. We may have more opportunity with Snow Isle. Unintended consequences, the one thing that we haven't added to this equation is what's going to come out of the stadium costs, and what's that going to cost our taxpayers also, which will affect whatever we do here. So I think we need to be thinking about what that's going to look like, and we'll probably find out this year, my guess, if they're going to move on that. And looking at the numbers, it would cost the median household $171 a year in higher taxes, which is, for those that pay monthly, it's $14.25 a month. And they may get more services with doing the Snow Isle thing. And we would only see a $6.4 million deficit reduction. So we wouldn't be gaining nearly what we would with the other two options for that. And the value charged to our taxpayers would be not too much different, would be a little bit more, but not too much different. So those are just my takes on that one.
Councilmember Ryan.
Thank you. For public support, I've certainly never heard anybody say they don't like the library, so I think folks are generally supportive of the library, and if there's a proposal before them that would allow for the library to be open 7 days a week, both branches, I think there would be a lot of support for that. I know as mom of young kids, on a rainy Sunday when there's no library to go to, that makes it difficult to keep the kids busy during the day. So I think if there was an option for if there was messaging to say that a return on investment would equal the library being open to full capacity, I think there would be more public support for it. For sustainability, it is a good steady stream of revenue stabilization, so that's good. But for equity, for what folks are already paying into now, it would be an increase of $171 per year. As Councilmember Tui mentioned, for folks on fixed income, that's quite a bit. They're already having troubles with making ends meet with other tax increases. So for literally any of these options, I would like to see some alleviation for people on fixed incomes, especially our seniors who are having trouble with making ends meet, to make sure that their property tax, that they have opportunities for property tax exemptions and whatnot. For unintended consequences, I can't read my scribble. I think that with moving to regionalization of the system, the amount of money that folks are paying in is then being diluted across the whole system. So instead of their current contribution to 2 branches of a library, their increased contribution then goes across the 21 or so libraries that are part of their system. So their contribution's diluted, which I have concerns about. As far as political feasibility, I'm not totally sure, but for workforce, we've heard that, especially from our presentation in May, that Snow Isle didn't want us, and then with this last presentation, they do want us, but I haven't heard about our staff. If our staff wants it, if they want to be included, and especially with the news that Snow Isle's now union, if they're excited about a potential merger or whatnot, and what that would also mean for our workforce, if they would keep their jobs, if they would have a pay reduction, or just what their day-to-day part would be. So the flip side of that is information that I haven't seen. So for extra clarity, I don't support this option. I don't think it's enough of a difference in our structural budget deficit to make it worth it for us to give up one of the city's oldest entities. And I had heard, Councilmember Vogely had mentioned that the quasi-independent library board is considering their own revenue options for a levy of some sort. So if they're able to run a levy that costs people half of $171 a month or whatever.
I think that they're looking at a fundraiser that would be like a couple $100,000 a year.
After a year or two.
After some,
Oh, is that
ramp
it?
up.
I took it as that they are looking to build revenue. If that's $200,000 a year, great, but whatever happens, happens.
Yeah, I mean, of course, that is great, but I don't think, they're not a taxing jurisdiction, so.
Okay, understood. So then the city could run a library levy in the future that would then fulfill that promise to voters of 7 days a week. It wouldn't be $171 a year, keep it the cities, potentially even open the Delta branch, one in South Everett, our own complete system. So this time I'm not supportive of the Snow Isle merger.
Real quick, in areas where I'm not going to cover things where I agree with what has been said. Implementation feasibility, my only concern there is the negotiations we have to go through to feel comfortable putting on the ballot that we'd be reassuring people like, oh yeah, we're going to get 2 more branches out of this, or we're going to get Sunday service, and I'm not worried how long that negotiation would take. Let's see here. In related to that negotiation, I think that if people are being asked to raise their taxes, they'd be asking, well, what are we getting in return for this? So that ties into that, as well as, and if we did get stuff, I think that would solve the equity problem, or at least answer some of those equity concerns. Unintended consequences trade-offs. So one concern I've got is that if we do put it out there and it fails, a big part of that might be the attitude of libraries are so 20th century, what do we need them for, right? So I'm worried that might be a message out there that gets, I use them, but all of us in this room are, probably older than the average age in Everett. So anyhow, just concerned, sorry. So just saying that's a concern, that all of a sudden we put that in front of people and they said no, and now we're stuck with that result. Political feasibility, I think, as long as the union gets wholeheartedly behind this, I think we can make it work. But if the union is lukewarm or not behind it, and of course we have the understandably, we want to preserve local control or I don't want a tax increase, I think that's going to be a real problem to get this successfully passed. And but one value I do see in putting this in front of voters is that it's pretty clear that they're voting for more support for the library one way or another. So I like the clarity of that in front of the voters. I would certainly be inclined to keep moving this forward, despite the warts that I see or potential pitfalls.
Right off the bat, I support pursuing all of the options for more information, because I do need clarity, and more information on all of them does not necessarily mean I support all options in the end, but there are a lot of unanswered questions that I think are big factors in whether we would go one way or another, and it sounds like we need to probably do something officially in order to get those answers. As far as the public support, I think it depends on what they would get. Right now, I'm still not entirely clear why the public would vote for this on a ballot. And it's difficult for people to want to vote for things that increase what they pay. And so clearly outlining what the benefits of it would be, and having more information on specifically that would be helpful to know. I'm curious of what would happen to the buildings, what would happen to our Northwest room. I know that there's a lot of history and love tied to our libraries, and I love both Snow Isle and Everett. Like, I've worked in both, and I think that they are both amazing. But as we've seen with, our own fire department, like, there is that love of that history, of its uniqueness, and that tie to it. I don't think that necessarily prevents us moving forward to, reimagine, new futures together, and still acknowledging that wonderful history. But that is a thing there, and I have heard concerns about people asking about, well, what does that do to the murals or the building, or are they going to move, or is the Northwest room, what's happening there? Who owns that? Who takes care of that, decides what's in there? The services, that's a concern, because what services would still be available? Would it be increased? The equity question comes in there a lot, because we utilize our libraries for a lot of our community engagement and outreach of information and supportive services, early learning, all of these different things. And what would happen with that, I'm still I don't have a clear answer. And then as far as the impact on the workforce, I don't anticipate there being too much, given the entity is the same. But if there is going to be changes, would those be positive ones? So having a better idea of kind of what that looks like for our workers, making sure that we're mitigating and helping mitigate any of those, concerns, to make sure that our workforce is not being given like a bad deal. It's important to me.
All right, let's keep the
We're
train
gonna keep going.
I'm sorry. All right, so we'll talk about the levy limit then?
Perfect.
Okay, implementation, I think that's the simplest of the three. Same with timing. Public support, I think the difference is that the other two votes, we're talking about specific services. So as far as public support, the challenges there would be defining exactly what we're gonna do with those dollars. Sustainability, obviously, it's just part of our tax revenue, so I think whether it sustains our expenditures, it certainly increases the amount of our general tax increase. There isn't gonna be a lot of fluctuation, I guess, as far as equity. It comes down to this, the subject is property tax equitable versus other types of taxes? I know we do have property, in this county, in the state, we have, for low income and veterans, we do have, property tax, what we're looking at, sorry, it's been a long day. Huh?
Senior citizens.
Yeah, we got, we do give a reduction for our veterans, and this would,
And seniors, I think.
yeah, and senior, this would be attached to it. As far as unintended consequences, once again, I'll just pack, and so as far as limitations, impact, it is a property tax. And then as far as the workforce, I think our workforce here in the city is gonna wanna know, well, not only the public, but they're gonna wanna know if we're gonna sustain the departments that they work for.
And can you add if you have general support or reserve support for the issues as we're going,
Yeah.
like I heard a lot of people, no, I'm not in support, I don't have the energy for the library, and then some people need more information. Can you add that in as well?
Okay, for the first two we talked about, I'll throw in my support to continue those two.
Okay.
Council President, just to clarify, I'm assuming when you're talking about the sustainability of a levy lid lift, remember Susie outlined 4 different types. You're talking about the type that goes up and that becomes the new floor, not the kind that goes up once then drops back down.
Yeah, absolutely, I would not,
Yeah, a permanent lift.
yeah, and thank you for that clarification, because if I was going to go to the public with something, it would be something that we could have some, I wouldn't want to go back to the public, say, hey, we're going to do this, and it's going to keep the growth rate with as much as we can with our expenditures.
Thank you.
Okay, levy lid lift, but first, snow while, I wanted to really quick remember that some of the things that we do that Councilmember Fossey brought up, COET and social workers work at the library now, and would that continue? Just one of those things. Okay, and then the levy lid lift, specifically, I'm gonna say the third one and 4, I don't know. Yeah, the good one for a levy lid lift out of the 4. I've rarely heard anyone say, yeah, increase our taxes, I love it. So, there is that. Is there a way to earmark it? That's what I want to know. Can we make sure that people know that certain monies are going to certain things, and not just, believe us, we're politicians. Sustainability, like I said before, hopefully it would sustain us until we could get you already heard me say it, so now I can't remember the word. I want to explore this further for sure. That is all.
Well, I'll second the explore it further. The general benefit of a levy lid lift is that it is a more direct addressing of the problems. It's probably a little bit clearer to explain to our community members what it is that we're asking for and what it is that we would provide. That could include, even if it was in the form of some commitments, even if it wasn't part of the legislation, but a focus on certain areas. Even when we think about improving public safety, we can talk about providing more resources for law enforcement response, because of course sometimes that is not the right response, and sometimes the fire department and the medic units also aren't the right response. And I know I'm aware from exposure of a couple of neighbors to some senior low-income significant reductions in property taxes. So in that sense, that can be made a little more equitable. So just with all there are endless trade-offs, but I think with all the pros and cons and the possibilities, and in this case, the ability of it to do a more direct fix to the specific problem that we have, then that seems like something definitely worth worth considering in all of its details.
Yeah, of the three, I think this definitely, for me, would like more in-depth work done on. I do see public support, we would have to really be specific about, expanded library service, park safety. I mean, there's some really good stories there that I think people might be willing to vote for. I could not support this if it was more than the 35 cents or 40 cents assessed value, because that puts it, right up just under $200 to $220 a year. I just don't feel that that we could go higher than that. And that does make a dent. It's like a $9 or $10 million dent on our deficit on the first year. So that is an impact. I still think that we need to see what's going to happen with our stadium costs, because if it's all in the same year, then that could be challenge. I don't think the stadium thing will be going to a vote, right?
Right.
It's just going to happen. So, anyway, so I think the timing of that.
If there's a tax increase, there will be a vote.
Yeah, okay. Anyway, so that's my thought on that one, but I do think in the long run, the permanent multi-year levy lift definitely has potential.
So I think to skip to public support, I think at face value, there's actually low public support, which is where messaging and information comes in about return on investment, which goes along with the clear plan of like very specifically what the money is going to be used for and what it's not going to be used for. I think, having worked on similar things at the county, it took a lot of time to come up with a public-facing plan of how a sales tax increase was going to be used, and without that, and without the pie charts and the infographics, and in the absence of information, the public fills in the blanks on what they think it might be used for. And it's also a difficult sell because the city's been able to still provide the same services that we always have, but maybe just not as efficiently, and definitely at the high stress of staff folks to get it turned around quickly and with fewer staff people. So it's a difficult sell to say, hey, we need you to pitch in to then receive the exact same services that you're already receiving. So that messaging of here's what more you would get would be is essential for public support. So I'm going to keep harping on that as long as I possibly can. For sustainability, I think I do think it's the most sustainable option of the three, because it is addressing the largest portion of a deficit makeup that we would be able to do. Equity-wise, the senior exemption would need to be addressed. And then I guess, I'm not sure where it would fall. This is my last point that I want to make on it. I guess I got two more points. One, I guess for public support, I would like somebody with more experience than me to call it something different than a levy lid lift, because that's not sexy. I don't think the public's going to buy into it, so I'm not sure if there's a fancier way to call it so that it's, taxes are so complicated anyways, just like an easier way for the public to hear a title and understand immediately what that means, I think would be helpful for public support. And then my last point, there's the state bill moving forward about alleviating that 1% tax limit. So I'm not sure, not under political feasibility or whatnot, but if that does go through and we decide to move forward with a levy lid lift, how are those complementary, or how do they conflict? And would that mean we would get a levy lid lift in addition to the lift at the state? And so I just want to be mindful of that as well.
I asked Susie what the impact of that would be, and it would be additionally $17 a year. And that would put about $800,000 into our deficit reduction in the first year. So it does add a little bit more. So if we did that and the levy lid lift, you know, you'd be talking 700, you know, 200, about $210 per family or household, and about a little over 10.2 million would then be towards the deficit.
The only additional points I'd make to what's been added already, I think levy lid lift, it forces us to be the clearest with the voters about what needs to happen. I know it'd be a big challenge, but I think it's, of all the possibilities, forces us to make the clearest and cleanest case to them about how important this is. But I also think it could cover enough different things. We can get a lot of constituencies to come out and support it and get the public to support it. So I think there's an advantage to that versus, you know, just Snow Isle, just library concerned folks, or just fire. I think just obviously it's concerned about public safety, but there's obviously a group that's more concerned about that's willing to get out there and campaign.
Thank you.
If I may add real quick for clarity, I support moving forward with either the permanent one-time lift or the permanent multiple, but not the temporary ones.
Yeah, good point. Same here. Support moving forward with this permanent.
I don't care which. I think it all just depends on what the public really, what their support ends up being in that. Taxation is a very hard area to get support on, and I know everyone keeps talking about, you know, saying exactly, you know, what this tax would bring. I think it's also helpful, given our deficit, and we're just trying to struggle to save some of our services, that it might be nice to also clarify to the community, since we've done all the possible cuts, since we've delayed and deferred all of the improvements of these buildings, since we've cut staff and done all these things and reduced our services so much, if we don't get this, if we don't find some sort of way to start actually, there's no more, you know, fat to cut off. If we don't do this, what are they gonna lose? I think that is a really important messaging thing too, because I don't think folks realize at what level the city is operating at, and that you just constantly have been juggling and moving things around to solve a problem that was unattended for a really long time. And kudos to Susie and the mayor and everybody for, you know, coming into this situation and trying to fix something that was pre-existing. But I don't think the community has gotten full messaging on all of that. So if this has any likelihood of succeeding, we are past due for seeing the messaging going out there to folks on it, and that is like a whole entire grand effort. I support pursuing all options for more information, and I don't know the feasibility of it. I don't care if it's permanent or whatnot. It's basically whatever the public support, and I'd also be more interested in knowing how that looks regarding the legislative efforts made, and those go through or not, how that would impact this option.
Yeah, go.
I'll make it brief, but building on what Councilmember Fossey talked about, I testified for I guess it was last week, the week before the state Senate, about this relief from the state limit. And there's a lot of lack of information out there and a lot of misinformation, and a bunch of the people testifying did not seem to understand the city's general fund gets some 18 cents out of the dollar. So they're in a way, for their tax increases, blaming the wrong party. But the other element of that is, I think if you looked at how much this city is spending on its own budget and its employees per inflation adjusted, per the number of people here, per person, it's just, I suspect it's gone strongly downward. We no longer have parks programs, so what you said, Councilmember Fossey, about reduction in these services, that's another angle on the choices people are going to be making. And I think there's a lot of clear things to be articulated that way, but it will need to be coherent, and that angle on it, we're just gonna need to cure those misperceptions.
If you can rally for one more round, it's Fire.
You picked the most, I probably have the most to say on this particular issue.
Maybe go last at 2:30.
I just quickly wanted to go back just one step as far as, somehow I would like, if it would take a workshop or a separate budget meeting to talk about all the cuts that we made. I know there's a lot of them. So I really think that's important if we want to move forward with any of these tax increases.
And they should also make the list of all the increases in fees and everything else that we've done creatively over the last 9 years. We did a whole bunch of that.
Actually, one of those is in our slides.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not, because it was a longer list, and we were like, combined categories, and we're like,
Yeah.
don't put that one on there, it's just too complicated, so there's, Susie's got it, we'll love
All the
to
things we've done.
remind
both
you of it.
sides.
I'm picturing a really great infographic and then tying in Councilor Fossey's of like, here's what's next, of like, here's what we have cut, and then here's what's next, yeah,
And then can we have a dumpster with fire in it?
Can I recommend also that after that whole entire list and all of that kind of stuff is created, that you run it by somebody who can make it simpler and easier to understand for like the average person, because a lot of the stuff is like a kind of a level of understanding where sometimes it's easier to just break it down just a little bit more. I'm happy to be your average person to give you feedback on that.
Well,
But I know there's a lot of other folks who can, yeah.
It's worth noting that those cuts started in Mayor Steffenson's administration. I mean, there were a lot of cuts made by the time Mayor Franklin began in this. So I think that we need to pull all that stuff together, but it needs to be short. The space in people's heads for this is small, and the bias, as Councilmember Ryan said, is negative.
Okay, thank you. All right, so RFA. So I'm going to go through 10 because I think I have something just about on everything, but sorry. All right, the implementation feasibility. It depends how much collaboration do you want with the affected parties. So we could probably run this, not for next year's revenue, but maybe the 1 year after. That's if we move very quickly. But if you want a full collaboration, from my point of view, it's going to take about 2 years. Public support, this comes down to that argument over, I'm voting for something very specific. And who wants to vote against what the paramedics and firefighters want? I don't, but of course I'm biased. But, and that kind of goes back to the library services too. You know, this whole idea about specific voting. So I think messaging there, public support would be there, especially of course if the groups came out and supported it. Sustainability, it would certainly be good for the fire service because they would just add to their secured revenue source. I'm not so sure if it is for the city though, because we still have other expenditures that aren't being funded with this choice. So as far as sustainability, I think that's in question. They'll take care of the fire, we'll be done with that. But there's going to be other services that are increasing that still are staying below our revenue sources. So even though the fire department is a significant portion of our budget, that portion of revenue challenges versus expenditure challenges would go away, but there's still the other 2/3 that we'd still have to deal with. So equity. One thing that when we talk about RFA, and we don't even, really what we should be talking about is a service benefit charge. And it's the taxing structure that's given authority to fire districts and regional fire authorities, which is a fire district that's just got different names attached to it, cities and unincorporated. We could potentially form a fire district within our boundaries. And then, and at the same vote, have a service benefit charge, which could be implemented very quickly. Without, that's not the need to collaborate with the other interested parties. Because I'm sure that our workforce would like it too, because once again, we're creating a sustainable revenue source. So that would probably, if you wanted a quick action, oh, I know we keep saying the RFA, but if you want a quick action on using the service benefit charge as a revenue source, then forming our fire district. The challenge is with that, it's a 60% vote. To do the service benefit charge. Now, if we just merged with another fire authority that already had it, it'd be 50 plus 1. So it just depends. I am convinced that we could get 60% from our own residents if we went with the formed a fire district and the service benefit charge within the city limits. I'm also convinced that we could get 50 plus 1 if the labor force was behind it. Which I think at this point, they're maybe 50-50 lukewarm at best, because they have a lot of questions. That's where that whole collaborative idea comes when we want to do this process. It takes longer to make sure that they have a voice. As far as equity, and so when we talk about the service benefit charge, it puts the tax structure from a residential homeowner to a commercial and industrial building. And now it depends how you structure it, because there is ability in the RCWs to adjust the way that the service benefit charge is attached. We wouldn't, if we did our own fire district, we could decide that our own and actually look at equity a little deeper. If we went with South County, then there'd just have to be a voice in how they do it. It would be a reduction, most likely, this is my opinion, and most people's, especially the median in housing costs. But remember, it's going to put the onus on apartment owners. And so a lot of our lower income residents live in apartments. And so it's going to put more costs on apartments and more cost, shift the cost to more of the retirement centers. Some of the structures that our lower income residents occupy. So will that transfer into higher rents? I don't know. That's kind of an unknown for me. Certainly our strong commercial and industrial base would pay a larger portion. And of course, that's whole business attraction argument that I don't have the whole feel of that. One thing about joining a regional fire authority and having the service benefit charge with South County, we are a good deal for them because of our higher percentage of commercial space and industrial space. We would be help funding collectively. A lot of our dollars could be helping an agency that joins with us because of our higher proportion of industrial commercial base. So we would be a good deal for them, yeah. What else? I would just, unintended consequences and I talked a little about trade-offs. One of the consequences, and this is going to be the kind of the history person, is when we annexed Fred Meyer in Silver Lake area, we went to court with the fire district. So when we talk about annexations, and I can't speak for I can only speak for history. There may be some more challenges when we start annexing. Everett did prevail because it's our right, but there's going to be, we're talking about when we annex, we're going to have to settle some junior taxing district issues and service providing those areas we annex. If we are just one big fire authority, the fire part of it would not be, that could be taken out of it. So there's an advantage there that it wouldn't really matter to them. Of course, we still have to do those type of negotiations with the other government service providers, but that'd be one thing taken out. I think I'll just stop there. We're running out of time here. Thank you.
Can we switch directions?
No, seriously. I was not leaning towards having our own district. I thought, most of my forward thinking, so I'm not saying I can't be talked into it. I was just thinking of joining. But really, it's gonna come down to if the workforce is on board with it. Because I don't think that would have as much public support if the workforce was not on board with it. And I don't know if it would have enough council support if the workforce was not on board with it. I don't know if this would have any changes or impact on our port, and if they would have any financial obligation.
Service benefit charge, right?
Yeah,
Apply to them.
and I'm not sure it currently does. So that would be information that would be helpful to know. What happens to, I guess, all the rigs and everything else? What happens in the case of like an emergency? Where are they dedicating their resources? What happens to like our super cool fire stations and that kind of stuff? And some of that history that's there is just some questions I have. Again, I am in support of pursuing all options for more information, but this one in particular, it depends a lot on workforce for me.
I like this concept because it helps us to, economic term, internalize the externalities and get costs more with where they should, costs are being paid more by who should be paying them, as well as you spoke to, Don, there about the, who would pay more and who wouldn't. Concerned about, on this one, much more than Snow Isle, loss of local control. So for that reason, I support an RFA or RFD in moving forward on that. I just don't support it with South County because I think they would see us, as you mentioned, Don, about our industrial base and, more cash for them. So I wouldn't support South County, but I would support moving forward in RFA and RFD. And I think regardless of what happens on the other two, I think we should keep going on at least those options. Thanks.
Great. I think for timing, the issue of timing, I don't think the turnaround is gonna be quick enough with the contract negotiations and the other factors that are going into it. Putting a merger in place isn't soon enough to have an impact on our budget when we need it. So I think it might be just a too late kind of thing. I do love this idea of our own fire district and our own fire district charge, so that we can keep it local and leverage the popularity of our fire department. And I do think that a merger wouldn't necessarily have 100% support from the workforce, but our own district would, which would then increase the possibility of it passing, which I think would have a good impact on our budget as well. So I think that's a great thing to keep in mind for a couple years down the road, if we want to, or next year even, to look into doing our own fire district. I think that's a fantastic idea, but at this time I'm not supportive of pursuing the RFA.
Yeah, thanks, Dawn, for all this update on this. I do agree with Councilmember Ryan. I would like to see us with our own fire district, and I like the idea of the service benefit charge. If, we just need to figure out some way to work around the low-income apartment buildings, that kind of thing, but definitely for all the major manufacturing and the port, it would be nice for those businesses to pay their share, and that would reduce the costs for the average homeowner. So I would support this. I think the timing doesn't work well for what we're trying to accomplish, but I certainly would like to keep it. It wouldn't be my top priority at this point, but I would like to keep it for the future.
I guess I'll also speak for keeping this for the future with a lean toward our own RFA, RFD, partly because of the standpoint of control and fairness. And at least as I understand it, I think that there are, if this turned out for reasons we don't see right now to be by far the best choice for us to push with, I think there are unusual or unsustainably, non-long-term sustainable options that we could use to bridge us over, but I think that's difficult, and unless it turns out to be particularly attractive, it doesn't seem very favorable. The other thing is, from a year or so on the board of Snohomish Health District, where we were transitioning to a health department, part of the county. It seems like a fairly straightforward thing. You're keeping the same people, you're keeping the same stuff, and you're transferring it from a health district to a health department at the county, from an independent district to that, and it turned out to be ferociously complicated. It took a huge amount of effort, thankfully not most of it from me, from other experts, but it was, there were the labor forces, the unions involved, there was property involved, there were quite a large number of meetings, there were a lot of unintended consequences. So while I'm more positive long-term about the RFA, RFD thing in terms of internalizing these externalities that Councilmember Bader was talking about, that's another reason why I'm cautious about it in the short term. I favor pursuing this and bringing this all forward, partly also in case something really surprises us or blows up in the other things we're thinking about, then it preserves an option for us. But those are the grudging reasons why I support continuing that way.
Thank you for going the other way. I'm not sure if we've heard about having our own fire district before, and if we have, I've just put it out of my head, but that is an interesting concept to me, and I'm wondering if we had, the Everett Fire District, is it still run by the mayor, or is it newly elected officials, and so it is the city's, but it isn't. So, how does that work? And then considering that it's commercial buildings and apartments, that does cause me to go, but I know that working on tenant protections might be able to help make sure that it's the big buck earners and the commercial buildings that are getting the benefit, not the benefit, but the benefits charge. And it was just also really interesting considering the port and how, what they would have to say, because I know that we work in conjunction with them a lot and they get a lot of benefits that, and as I'm sure we do too. So those are my thoughts on the RFA. And there would definitely have to be support from the firefighters yeah. Okay.
Question, clarification then, if there is a regional fire authority, does that mean the creation and election of a board of commissioners as opposed to?
You're talking about a district?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, we would have to decide on the governance board and have to be part of the thing we vote on. I think there's different options.
Okay, I just wasn't sure if when you went to an RFA or RFD that mandated a board as opposed to mayoral supervision.
So an RFA, that would be part of the negotiating process. Fire district, it would be a governance, and there's several options for that.
Okay.
What? 2 minutes. Are we over at 2:30?
Oh, I thought we were at 3.
It is my intention.
2:29.
Oh, I see, 2:30, closure, okay.
I thought, and it is my intention to, I believe right now we can move forward to get part of our Saturday back. With the what's next, wait, let me go. So the next steps are really for me to work with Council President Schwab and Jennifer to know how quickly to turn this around for the council to be able to get what it needs to be able to move forward with putting forward a recommendation and what you need to be able to put that recommendation forward. Is that a
I mean, I
true?
think, I would say like, generally from today, I look forward, and I took lots of notes too, so I'll support you kind of summing up the.
I'll be happy
Because I
to
think
give
it's
you
good,
more.
like, Councilmember Ryan in particular mentioned, like, what were everybody's priorities? Like, I didn't take notes the whole time, so, some of those outcomes. And I've updated all of the committee agendas to include establishing priorities. So that will be on the next time a committee meets, you'll be talking about that. And I think Angie and Council President Schwab will probably start to talk about some of those communication pieces, council website pages, you know, that chunk. And then on the revenue thing, I mean, I think we'll have to like debrief a bit and think about like exactly from, you know, from staff perspective, what we might bring forward next, whether it's, you know, what our takeaways are and work with council leadership on that too and the timing of it. Yeah, I mean, I heard everyone said that you want to keep talking about the levy lid lift. And then I think it felt like another big chunk of people said, well, what I heard was, let's not stop talking about fire, but probably not in 2024. That it's like, talk to me again in 25, 26 plus. And then, I don't know if I had the same kind of.
I don't know that I heard that, just that it would be impactful for the
Okay, good.
immediate. It's not that we
Yeah.
don't want to talk about it, it's just that that's more of a long game impact.
Yes. Okay, well, I don't know.
And one
Maybe.
related thing on that subject, kind of a similar thing, is the Joint Policy Committee, the merger ET-CT, that potential merger, and that we're going to be briefed next week on that so far. But to some degree, that is something that has not been pushed back out of 2024 because it's just too complicated with all the other things we're doing.
Well, anyways, that's why it'll be good to chit chat and debrief.
And what's the kind of consensus on the Snow Isle annexation? Was it, I heard kind of mixed messages, continue to explore, or was it?
I was like 2 yeses and 1 no, and I didn't write it down for everybody else.
On what subject?
The exploration of an annexation with Snow Isle.
I didn't get that it wasn't something we shouldn't find out more information on. The limited impact of it seemed to be something that, but I don't think that was a no, don't, you know, talk about it.
And I think that the Everett's workers are going to be discussing the matter this coming week, so we can hear more about what the staff wants, staffing the library.
For the library, I heard 4 individuals being falls short of impact, not now, not enthusiastic, not worth it. And then I heard also that more information would be helpful and that possibly that could have rolled into the levy lift. But I did hear 4 people
Yeah.
indicate.
Well, I think that is another piece of the power of your last, however long, when you've been like talking about specifics, is that we don't have answers, but there are people who have many answers to some of the questions that you raised. And so I think we can kind of digest like, I don't know, just some of the things that you brought up, like maybe when we go back to that building, we'll, you know, Susie will say, oh, they need to know this, like this piece of the puzzle will help them, you know, maybe answer a question or resolve a, yeah. So anyways, I feel like that's part of that next step too.
I want to jump in from a leadership role here. What I'm hearing is a lot of it has to do with timelines. I don't want to support something that the mayor's administration is not going to be fully behind also. And so a lot of it is about timeline. Like I'm hearing, well, if we got 2 or 3 years for a vote, well, all 3 are still on the table. If we have a shorter period of time that we got to move forward with this, then I'm hearing we're leaning towards the levy lid lift with extreme caution. And perhaps maybe the library if we have more time. I'm thinking here from a time frame, a timetable, because I think we're running into some deadlines if we want to be successful. So I think I asked from the staff is make sure you guys let us know what your priorities are. I mean, we've kind of pushed the can down the road here. Are we to the point where we need something quicker than later?
Yes.
And so if that's the case,
Yes.
well, I'm leaning towards those options that are going to fulfill that need. And then Ben, you want to?
Well, one way sometimes to resolve these things is to invert the order a little bit and say, if we're thinking about some of these things, a short version of the messaging that Councilman Bryan was talking about. Start with that and say, well, if, for example, just to choose one, if we were going to choose the levy lid lift, do a first shot at what we would say it would be, what our message would be, the maybe not completely condensed message, but what that would be, and look at that and say, okay, now, are we willing to support it from that standpoint? You know, get an early look at what we'd be saying to our community members. Because I think we automatically almost do that in our minds when we think about this, when we talk about the, you know, the political situation or the feasibility of it. We think to ourselves, well, could I explain that? We've said it before here. Could we explain that to people? How much room in their heads do they have for this? Would they care? Would they value those things? And sometimes having a kind of a one-pager in front of you on that will really sharpen your vision. Like, oh yeah, I could support that. I could explain that. Or, no, that's flawed somehow.
In regards to Snow Isle, I guess I heard, maybe with the exception of Councilmember Ryan, that the rest of us were like, we were pointing out the warts to it, but I felt I heard keep moving forward on it, and then, you know, maybe the warts will become more apparent or they'll be healed or something. I don't know, however you, whatever analogy. Sorry.
Have it burned off.
So I will do the follow-up report and let you know whenever you need that, you let me know. And then you had a lot of items that were moved to a parking lot. I'll make recommendations, follow up with the notes and actions on that. And other than that, I think that covered our agenda. Paul?
I got one more thing to
Councilmember
squeeze in
Ryan.
here, thank you. I agree with Council President Schwab that it would be helpful to hear, like, as we were talking about alignment earlier and making sure that we're all in lockstep of what priorities, which priorities the mayor and her administration would be supportive of, especially with our work where we get a lot of things presented to us. And this is kind of a first where we are creating it on our own, which doesn't seem like it's the same process that we've been going through for a long time where, you know, administration provides us with a policy and we take a look at it. So for it to go the other direction for once seems different than how we are usually doing it. So making sure that we're in alignment, I think, would be helpful for one Everett. Thanks.
And my feeling on that is, and I can't speak for administration, but this is how I'm perceiving it, is that let's do it all. And so whichever ones the council decides not to do, okay. That's just how I'm perceiving it, because we can do them all and get all the money. Okay.
Something I meant to share earlier, kind of off of that, Jennifer, if the mayor and the administration are going to bring forward policies for us to approve and vote on, something that might be beneficial for some of the members is to choose one of the council members to work on that policy with, and that's something that they could bring forward. That's a good way of like being a part of policy and policy making, even if it is originating from the administration. Just something to consider.
So I just want to leave some clarity about the revenue option. What is going to be the next step? And maybe you've told me, but I'd like to hear as we walk out the door.
I'm gonna try to get something on your agenda as soon as is feasible. We're gonna parse what we heard. My guess is you're gonna see all three of them, but I don't really know. We'll chit chat about it later. And, you know, on the 10th, I said it, but that's because I had heard it said. Didn't just come from me. I think we might look for a resolution, because that's like a really solid way for you to express your direction. And it's not a resolution to put it on the ballot, but just something that says, revenue's a big deal. We really need to talk about it. Hey, city, go look at these options, whatever it ends up being. Might start out like that, and then you guys can do what you want with it, but yeah.
Okay, good. So you're going to be working on a resolution, sharing it with us.
Yeah, I mean, that's much more concise, but.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, we've talked about a lot today, and I'm ready just to keep this idea moving forward quickly. Thank you. Well, okay, I will adjourn. I want to thank everybody. It takes a lot to do this, and I appreciate staff and appreciate you guys. I know we're all committed to some great things here, and anyone who tunes in here, I appreciate them too for being concerned, and we are now adjourned. Thank you.